We welcome you to UC Health Park Game 4 of this 6-game series over 4th of July weekend between the Billings Mustangs and the Rocky Mountain Vibes. Once again, like we've seen the last couple nights, Mother Nature not the most cooperative in the late afternoon hours, but the tarp being rolled up as we speak. We are on track for a 6:30 first pitch this evening between the Mustangs and Vibes. Last night, Rocky Mountain took the third game of the series by a score of 4-3, so the Mustangs have won 2 of the first 3 contests of this series, as Mustangs, after having their 4-game winning streak snapped last night, look to start a new one this evening. By the way, on the broadcast tonight here on the Mustang Radio Network, we're doing something a little bit different. We are also going to be teaming up for a simulcast, with the voice of the Rocky Mountain Vibes, Tyler Petersen. So Tyler will be joining us later on in pregame this evening and all throughout the contest tonight. So we thank you for tuning in, both Vibes and Mustangs fans, on YouTube and the Mustang Radio Network. I am Brennen Mense. Again, Tyler Petersen will be joining us shortly. And Jeremiah Anderson is running things back at the Mustang Radio Network in Billings, Montana. We thank you for tuning in to the Athletic Medicine and Performance pregame show. Athletic Medicine Performance, or AMP, is the official sports medicine provider for the Billings Mustangs. AMP is powered by St. Vincent Healthcare, Ortho Montana, and Yellowstone Surgery Center. Learn how AMP can keep the athlete and your family safe, healthy, and doing what they love. So check them out at ampmontana.com. Well, even though the Mustangs could not come away with the win yesterday, the pitching was good once again, and the pitching has been a big story over the last couple weeks for the Billings Mustangs. And so, on the Mustang Minute, I had a chance to sit down and chat with pitching coach of the Billings Mustangs, David Petersen. That conversation is coming up next on YouTube and the Mustangs Radio Network. We we welcome you back to Colorado Springs. Unfortunately, we have had a bit of a flash rainstorm here, and so the tarp is going back out on the field here at UC Health Park. And as a result, our scheduled first pitch of 6:30, which is 15 minutes away, is not going to happen at the scheduled time. So we're going to be starting in a rain delay. We do not know any sort of idea on how much time will be delayed, but the tarp is going on, and so we'll not be starting at 6:30. We apologize for that abrupt change in programming. So with that, we are going to bring a quick end to the Athletic Medicine Performance pregame show. What we're going to do here, we will go ahead and sign off for the time being. We'll send it back to regularly scheduled ESPN radio programming. Whenever there's any information, we will jump in and provide that information. Also, be sure to stay tuned to Billings Mustangs social media channels, Facebook and Twitter. Whenever we have any info on that, we'll be posting that there as well on the status of this game. So we apologize for that, but we will be starting in a rain delay here in Colorado Springs. So tonight's simulcast of the Mustangs and Vibes broadcast of me, Brennen Mense, and the voice of the Vibes, Tyler Petersen, that'll be put on hold till a little bit later this evening as the tarp is going on the field. So we will step aside, send it back to regularly scheduled programming, and once again, stay tuned for updates whenever they become available. So long for the time being.
Hey folks, it's Tyler Petersen. You've been enjoying the smooth sounds of Brennen Mense, the voice of the Mustangs. We are doing a simulcast tonight, but as he said, we are starting in a delay. So stick to the Vibe social media and the Mustangs social media. We'll get you updates as soon as we have them. We do not expect this to take very long, but we will not have a 6:35 scheduled first pitch. So keep it here. We'll keep the stream on, and we'll hope to bring you Mustangs and Vibes baseball tonight. See you soon.
After a delay of over an hour and a half, we are finally getting set to play baseball here in Colorado Springs. The rain has stopped, the skies have somewhat cleared, and so we're going to try this again. Our simulcast with the Billings Mustangs and the Rocky Mountain Vibes. I am Brennen Mense. Tyler Petersen, the voice of the Rocky Mountain Vibes, will be joining us here momentarily as the two managers are meeting at home plate right now. This is Game 4 of a 6-game series between the Mustangs and Rocky Mountain Vibes. Mustangs took the first two contests, then Rocky Mountain won yesterday by a score of 4-3. And so we will, after a long delay, we'll look to get things going here in just a few minutes as the Mustangs look to bounce back after last night's loss. Take a look at your starting lineups for tonight's game, brought to you by the Billings Gazette. For the most comprehensive coverage of local and national news and sports, start your subscription today by calling the Billings Gazette at 406-657-1200 or visit online at billingsgazette.com. Whether delivery preference is at home or to your inbox, the Billings Gazette is your best local source for news. First for the visiting Mustangs, led by manager Jim Riggleman. Cruz Taylor is leading off in right field. Jordan Hovey batting second and playing second. Jalen Garcia batting third in center field. Bryce Jackson is batting cleanup, serving as the designated hitter. Gabe Wirtz is batting fifth at first base. Brian Pereira batting sixth and catching. Jordan Barth batting seventh at third base. Mitch Piotnik batting eighth in left field. And Mason Dennison at batting ninth and playing shortstop. On the mound for the Mustangs, making his second start of the season. And, well, his first one was awfully good. Right-hander Gene Correa, the former Rocky Mountain Vibe, on the mound for the Mustangs. And here to take the starting lineup for the Rocky Mountain Vibes is the voice of the Vibes, Mr. Tyler Petersen.
Why, thank you, Brennan. And it's going to be, I think, a really fun night. And we're going to try this out the first time we tried it out this year. It worked a few times last year. I did it once in Grand Junction, once in Boise. Looking forward to do it the same here with you on our stream and on the radio. Gio Diaz in right field. He'll lead it off for Rocky Mountain. Cesar Lopez bats second in center field. Ulysses Cantu, the first baseman, bats third. Ethan Lopez up to clean up at second base. Mike Anone, the DH. He'll bat fifth. Dominic Hernandez, a big two-run triple in last night's game. He'll play left and bat sixth. Brandon Perez at third. Batting seventh, Josh Glenn behind the plate. Batting eighth, Andrew Hansen, the shortstop. He'll bat ninth. And on the mound, his second Rocky Mountain start, Brock Noten. He, on the year, is 1-1, a 4.87 ERA through 5 starts between both Glacier and Rocky Mountain. Should be a good night as the Vibes will look to tie it up. However, the Mustangs are looking to take the third game of the series. And
indeed, you mentioned Brock Noten. This is the third time, though, that Noten has faced the Mustangs, as Noten started back on June 4th. And he allowed 3 runs in the first inning, then threw a scoreless second, and then rain washed that game out. So he only went 2 innings in that game. Then he started he actually threw the first ever pitch at Flathead Field in Glacier back on June 14th, but he allowed 5 runs, all earned in 3 1/3 innings, and took the loss in that game. So the Mustangs, they've hit Noten around this season, and, well, after a couple games in a row where the Mustang offense has been a little quiet, sure they'd like the opportunity to hit Noten around a little bit more this evening.
And you look at this team, the record, you may not realize it if you're a Billings Mustang fan coming to this broadcast for the first time tonight. The Vibes are 9-22, but a huge change they had just on the 21st. So just 2 weeks ago, they revamped this roster, new coaching staff. They're 5-3, including the win last night altogether. So it's a much improved team. They got their ERA under 10 for the first time after tonight.
Yes.
So they're at a 9.8 instead of the 13 they had. The offensive numbers are still way up there. They were producing well early in offensive categories, but the pitching was letting them down. Now, you look at the start from Yonder Perez last night, 3 straight starts for Perez where he's allowed 1 earned run or fewer, and hopefully for the Vibes, that really helps them to get going. they might miss out on first half chances for the playoffs, but they're going to try to get that second half berth.
And for that matter, for the Mustangs, their pitching staff has also stepped it up recently as well. And, well, once upon a time, about 2 hours ago, we had our pregame interview with Mustangs pitching coach David Petersen to talk about the progress that his staff has made as the Mustangs, the last 11 games, a team ERA of 3.06. And as a result, their team ERA for the season has dropped from 6.75 down to 5.41, which right now is second in the league behind Missoula, who is at 5.24. So the Mustang pitching has certainly stabilized here of late.
You look at Yasir Laureano. He is now the Pioneer League leader in ERA and somewhat of a tough luck loser last night. He didn't pitch all that badly, did not give up a hit until the fourth.
And indeed, we are ready for our national anthem, so we'll step aside. We'll take a timeout. We'll be back with the first pitch between the Mustangs and Rocky Mountain Vibes next on YouTube and the Mustangs Radio Network. We welcome you back as the Billings Mustangs and Rocky Mountain Vibes, after a little over an hour 45 rain delay, are going to be set to get things going here in just a moment. Well, 7 of the Vibes defenders are on the field. We are still awaiting the battery of Brock Noten, the starting pitcher and catcher, as well, Josh Glenn. But we're getting there. There are players on the field. That is a big piece of progress compared to where we were earlier.
It was scary a few nights ago for Josh Glenn, who got hit underneath the visor. Luckily, somehow, he avoided injury. The ball never really got him at all. It sort of just scraped under the visor. If it got him, it was only sort of on the epidermis, let's say. So he is good. No signs of concussion. It didn't hit him in the head. We're very lucky, and he is back out there tonight. As is Brock Noten, who is a 26-year-old right-hander from Ketchum, Oklahoma, 6'2", 200. We touched on a little bit earlier. Noten making his third start against the Mustangs. The Mustangs have won both games in which Noten has started although that was when he was a member of the Glacier Range Riders.
Indeed so, and to touch up on that note with Josh Glenn, I was told he was hit on the C-flap, which is especially fortunate since not all helmets have that, so fortunate that he got hit on that, and yes, avoided major injury, no broken nose, no facial injuries of any sort, and I mean, great to see him back in the lineup after just a night off. And for that matter, had to hand it tonight. I mentioned this on air yesterday. Luis Navarro caught an excellent game behind the plate. Excellent job blocking a lot of balls in the dirt. And whenever the Mustangs were getting runners on, there weren't a lot of them, not allowing free bases on balls in the dirt. But we're just about ready to get things underway here in Colorado Springs at UC Health Park. The decent gathering of fans that stuck it out through our long rain delay, but at long last, Cruz Taylor is stepping to the plate, set to begin the ball game for the Mustangs. Our home plate umpire, Cameron Monaco, checking his field counterparts. Doug Hodges at first, Kenny Aducci at third. And the ready for play is given. And we are set to go as Noten, working exclusively from the stretch, kicks, fires, and the first pitch is a fastball in there for a strike. We are underway at 8:17 p.m. following a 1 hour and 47 minute delay. Cruz Taylor, left-handed hitter, steps in. Infield playing him to a slight pull, and the pitch, fastball just inside. And the count moves to 1 ball and 1 strike.
It was looking fairly bleak pregame. We weren't sure exactly if they were able to get this field ready in time, but they've done a great job. Colin Tazinski, our head groundskeeper here at UC Health Park.
1-1 pitch to Taylor. Swung on, popped up left side, but this will find the seats above the third base dugout. And the count moves to 1-2 on Taylor. Had an RBI triple that really got the 3-run 8th inning for the Mustangs last night going, and then scored on a balk. Well, the Mustangs, they did get 3 in the 8th, but they needed a 4th run. It never came. That was all the scoring they had for the night in a 4-3 loss. 1-2 on Taylor. Pitch. Another fastball swung on, chop back to the screen. Taylor coming into play today, 287, 6 homers, and 18 driven in. Team leader in walks, though. As a result of that, an on-base percentage approaching 400, so man who hit leadoff his entire collegiate career has hit leadoff every game as a Mustang. 1-2, swinging a ground ball towards second. Couple steps to his left, and making the play to first is Ethan Lopez. That is out number 1. So Lopez playing Taylor to pull. An easy play there. The play goes 4-3. Brings up another left-handed hitter in Jordan Hovey. Before we get to that, take a look around the Rocky Mountain defense.
It's Hernandez in left, Cesar Lopez in center, Gio Diaz in right. Around the diamond, third to first is Perez, Hansen, Ethan Lopez, and Cantu. Glenn behind the plate with Noten on the mound.
Jordan Hovey digging into the batter's box. Hovey hitless in last night's contest. Being played straight up on the infield, bit the other way in the outfield. First pitch is down and in for ball 1. By the way, we'll get you the field conditions here. Not field conditions, but weather conditions. Field conditions will be certainly interesting. There you go, 62 degrees under, let's say, cloudy skies. The 1-0 on the outside corner. The count even at 1-1. So another cool night here, Colorado Springs. No wind to speak of. That is a stark contrast from the first 3 games of the series. The 1-1 to Hovey. Swinging a foul off left side. That is going to reach the concourse. Hits off side of the wall by a concession stand. 1 ball and 2 strikes on it. Jordan Hovey comes in a .358 hitter, 2 homers and 15 driven in. Oh, back-to-back hitless games for him, though. Snapped a 10-game hitting streak a couple nights ago. 1-2, swing and a foul back to the screen.
One thing that Noten is focusing on in this start is attacking hitters earlier in the count, trying to produce contact. Last start, he only went 4 innings and only allowed 1 run, but he was well up over 80 pitches by the time he got out of the 4th.
And that's something that we've seen some from Mustang starters as well this season at times. Less of recently, though. Another 1-2. Swinging a fly ball hit in the air to left. Freezing now going to his right is Dominique Hernandez, and he'll make the play. And that is out number 2. So an F7. Makes it 2 up and 2 down. Brings up Jalen Garcia. Garcia a hitless night yesterday, and he has had a very slow series. Just 1 for 10 in the 3 games played here. Was hit by a pitch and scored a run in the 8th yesterday. 0 for 3 otherwise. Pitch is a fastball on the outside corner from Noten, strike 1. Noten definitely a ground ball pitcher. He's got 1 already. The 0-1. Swing and a line drive back over the head of Noten into center field. And Jalen Garcia with a rocket up the middle for a 2-out single. That's our first hit of the ball game. And so that'll bring up Bryce Jackson, who was making his first start of this series. He pinch hit late in the game on Thursday. Grounded out. That's his only plate appearance this series. But he's in the lineup in batting cleanup. Jackson on the year 2 for 8. Played in just a handful of games so far, but drawing walks has been a specialty so far. And the first pitch is inside for ball 1. Take that back. Jackson is 3 for 12, not 2 for 8. All those hits singles so far, but young man who just finished his college career. And for a lot of power at Frostburg State in Maryland. That's Jim Riggleman's alma mater, Mustang manager. Pitch is inside, 2 balls, no strikes. By the way, Riggleman looking for his 1,500th career win tonight. Came just short yesterday. Tried again tonight. 2 balls and no strikes on Jackson. Being played to pull. Noten sets as Garcia modestly from first, and Jackson swings and fouls it back 2-1.
I'd have to imagine that Jim Riggleman had Bryce Jackson ready in the 9th last night, had the right-hander Miguel Pozo entered the ball game, but Seth Davis was left in to get the 5-out save, and he was able to do that and close the game for Yoanji Perez in a 4-3 win.
Yeah, it was one thing. The Mustangs had bench options, but 2 of their 3 bench options were lefties. Jackson and Piotnik. 2-1 pitch. Slider is in there at the knees. Strike 2 on Bryce Jackson. And yeah, that was definitely something that certainly was on my mind, and probably, I'd say definitely on mind of the Mustang coaching staff late in the game. 2-2 pitch is a fastball up and away, ball 3. So the count runs full on Jackson with Jalen Garcia at first. 2 down in the top of the first inning. So Jalen will be off on this pitch. See if Jackson finds some grass in the outfield and get a 2-out rally kick started. 3 balls and 2 strikes. The set and the pitch. Swing and a miss. Noten twirls a 72-mile-an-hour breaking ball and gets a swinging strikeout to end the first inning. After half an inning on the Pepsi scoreboard, it is Mustangs nothing, Rocky Mountain coming up. You're watching Mustangs baseball on YouTube and listening to the Mustang Radio Network. Back on the Mustang Radio Network, Gene Correa on to make his second start of the season. Correa made the start in what was supposed to be a bullpen day last Sunday. All of a sudden, he was in the 8th inning working on a no-hitter. He allowed a hit with nobody out in the 8th, but 7 innings, 1 hit, 1 unearned run, no walks, 4 strikeouts, and a 93-pitch masterpiece. He was named Pioneer League Pitcher of the Week for his honors, or for his work. So Correa, 3-0 on the season with a 4.57 ERA, making appearance number 10, start number 2. 21 2/3 innings, 16 hits, 15 runs, 11 earned, 5 walks and 18 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .208 against him. And now with Gio Diaz stepping in, here is the voice of the Rocky Mountain Vibes, Tyler Petersen, to take it away.
Thank you, Brennen. The first pitch from Correa from the windup swung on over Correa, over second, into center field. A base hit for Gio Diaz. Well, this is a guy who does not like to take the caller any night. Last night he was 0 for 3, sees the first pitch, sends it back up the middle for a base hit.
And for Correa, his no-hitter ends 92 pitches earlier than his last start.
Well, it's been a great start to the season for Correa as Cesar Lopez stands in with Diaz at first, and nobody out here in the bottom of the first inning. Just began. Lopez, a left-handed hitter. They'll throw over, and Diaz will get back. Rocky Mountain fans will know Correa well. He is the Vibes franchise leader in innings pitched with 90 2/3 and strikeouts in a season with 94. Lopez shows bunt, pulls it back, but it's a called strike 1.
For that matter, was in the top 10 in the Pioneer League play in both those categories last year, but unfortunately the rest of his numbers not so great.
2-8 last year with the Vibes, a 9.43 ERA. Here comes the 0-1 from the stretch. Lopez to left field, that's a base hit. Back-to-back singles to begin the bottom of the first. And already a lot more offense than we saw last night. 3 hits here in the first. We didn't have the first hit until the 4th inning yesterday. And now Ulysses Cantu playing at first base, his second straight start at first. Have not seen him over there very often this year. Correa's first pitch to Cantu is outside. Here's how the Billings Mustangs set up defensively.
Yes, Brian Pereira is catching Gene Correa this evening. Jordan Barth at third, Mason Dennison at short, Jordan Hovey at second, Gabe Wirtz is at first, and left Mitch Piotnik, Jalen Garcia in center, Cruz Taylor in right.
Cantu takes in the dirt, gets away temporarily from Pereira, but he's able to corral that. No one moves anywhere. Back-to-back singles by Diaz and Lopez. 2 men on, nobody out here in the bottom of the first inning.
Yeah, we saw first 2 hitters, Diaz and Lopez, jump on Correa early in the count. Correa staying a little bit away from Cantu, but now needs to make a pitch here behind 2-0.
Correa set at the chest. A look to second. He throws, and that's outside, 3-0. Mustangs in road reds today with gray pants and black hats. Vibes, after winning in the Springs jerseys last night, they're in the baby blues again. White pants and the baby blue hats. 3-0 to Ulysses Cantu. He swings and misses. Did not get cheated, got the green light there.
How about that? A 3-0 green light, very first inning. Joe Mikulik not messing around. He wants his top run producer to produce if pitch was there. But came up empty.
3-1 now to Cantu. Correa from the stretch. Here's the pitch. That is high for ball 4. They'll check down to first. No, says Doug Hodges. He did not go. And the bases are loaded with no one out in the very first inning for these Vibes hitters.
Well, after a night like last night for the Mustangs where it was basically one big inning that did them in and they never led, this is the last thing that Jim Riggleman wanted to see. This pitcher Correa working himself into a bad jam right away.
They're going to play behind the runners, are the Mustangs infielders. The bases are loaded, nobody out.
That's the right play early in the game. Is first inning, you don't want to play the infield in. You happily trade 2 outs for a run.
The first pitch to Ethan Lopez on its way. Breaking ball in and out of the glove of Pereira. If he catches it, it might have been a strike, but it's ball one, and I think we've got a cross-up here.
Yeah, that's what it looked like there is, yeah, Pereira, I'm not sure exactly what he was looking for, but yeah, that might have been the reason why he dropped it there. He's looking for something different. Instead, it was a breaking ball that hung, though it was a little bit in as well.
If you're just joining us, Tyler Petersen and Brennen Mense with you. It's a simulcast between the Vibes YouTube page and the Mustangs radio network. So we're bringing you this game, and we're bringing it to both sets of our fan bases. Bases loaded to Ethan Lopez. The 1-0 on its way, and that is high for ball two. So 2-0 to Lopez, batting .316, a home run, 4 RBI. Correa now working from the windup. His 2-0. Lopez takes a breaking ball for strike one.
Well, that's a good pitch by Correa, and kind of a gutsy one as well. Looked like he's struggling to locate a little bit, but going to a breaking ball on 2-0 and able to throw it for a strike.
2-1 now to Lopez. The pitch on its way, swing and tapped off of the catcher Pereira, and he felt that one on the inner thigh.
And there you go, Correa doubled down on the slider, and again got a desired result. Certainly Pereira not a desired result. Gets a new bruise out of it, but a 2-2 count.
This is a rough at-bat right now for Pereira. A cross-up,
and a foul ball that
the
definitely missed a pad of some sort.
It's Diaz at third, he singled. Cesar Lopez at second, he singled. Cantu walked, bases loaded, nobody out in the bottom of inning number one. A scoreless ball game. 2-2 to Ethan Lopez, the Vibes second baseman. Correa from the windup, the pitch, breaking ball, tapped to third. Barth there, he steps on third, throws over to first, in the dirt, scooped by the first baseman, Wirtz. Oh, and they say he came off the bag. That's going to be a 5 unassisted fielder's choice and an RBI.
Boy, that is interesting to say the least there.
Here comes Jim Riggleman. He had a gripe down at first base last night, and he is going to have another conversation, this time with Doug Hodges.
And I'm sure that at one thing he wants to at least ask, hey, can you guys talk about this? And that's exactly what they're going to do. So all three umpires going to get together. Now, to say this bluntly, Kenny Aducci, the third base umpire, is just going to be a bystander here. He'll have nothing to add, but quite possibly home plate umpire Cameron Monaco, at least the home plate umpire should be looking up the line there. There's a good chance that he might be able to see if there is daylight between Wirtz's foot and the bag or not. But they will not reverse the call. So the end result is going to be Lopez out at third, 5 unassisted. Cantu advances, and Lopez reaches on a fielder's choice with an RBI.
So it'll be first and second with 1 out, 1-0 Vibes. Mike Annone, left-handed hitter, the DH tonight. First pitch to Annone. He takes on the outside corner, called strike one. 344 for Annone, no home runs, 7 RBI since rejoining the Vibes off of the roster of Northern Colorado. Correa to the plate, Annone out of play down the left field line. So Lopez is out at third on the 5 unassisted. It's Cantu at second, Ethan Lopez at first. And give Lopez his 5th RBI on the season. An early 1-0 lead for Rocky Mountain. Another shift on Annone. Second baseman pulled over onto the grass. This is inside, nearly hits Annone. In fact, it did. It must have just grazed either the jersey or his arm. Once again, the bases are loaded here in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, the home plate umpire kind of hit the upper forearm, which usually signifies that it hit the elbow guard. Annone doesn't have a true elbow guard. He just kind of has a sleeve on that front arm, his right arm. And yeah, he grazed it. Have a replay here that apparently showed exactly that. So here we are. Gene Correa in a lot of trouble again with the bases loaded, nobody out. And more frustrating there. That was an 0-2 pitch.
Hernandez, a half swing. He goes around for strike one. In fact, it's a called strike one on Hernandez. The left fielder, he leads this team with RBI with 28. One more than his teammate Ulysses Cantu, who sits at 27. They're loaded with one out in the bottom of the first. Correa from the windup. The pitch. Hernandez takes in the dirt. Yeah, you could see on our YouTube delay that there was just a little change in trajectory of the ball getting into the glove of Pereira.
And it's probably one where the home plate umpire heard a click in there as well. Because the thing is that a lot of times it's not so much that you hear it, it's that you hear click, click. It's like, aha, something there's not right.
Here comes the 1-1 Hernandez, who swings, hits it to short. Dennison will flip to second for one. The throw on to first is in time. That's a double play. The inning is over. So the Mustangs, I think, after all that, will gladly give up just the one. A 6-4-3 double play ends the inning. Well, for the Vibes, it's a run on 2 hits, no errors, and just 2 left on base. We'll head to the top of inning number 2. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube and listening on the Mustangs Radio Network.
Top of the second inning, the Mustangs looking to respond after the Rocky Mountain Vibes. Able to scratch across a run in the first, though, as Tyler Petersen alluded to on the other side, that could have gone worse. For Gene Correa, allowed 2 singles and a walk, so the bases were loaded with nobody out, and potential double play that brought in the run, and then a hit batter to reload the bases, but still, Correa gets a double play. So yeah, like I said, all in all, that could have been a lot worse for the Mustangs, and so now see what the offense has in response as Gabe Wirt steps up to the plate against Brock Noten. The right-hander delivers, and the first pitch is swung on and fouled back. Strike one, a fastball on the inner half to Gabe Wirtz. Be 5, 6, and 7. Wirtz, Pereira, and Jordan Barth due up here in inning number 2 for the Mustangs. Got 1 hit from Jalen Garcia in the first. That was it. 0-1 fastball in there. Strike 2 at the belt. Wirtz behind in the count. No balls and 2 strikes. Wirtz had an RBI double in the 8th inning last night. The 0-2. Fastball just off the plate outside. Ball 1. And with that double in the 8th last night, Wirtz, in his last at-bat of the night, able to extend a streak. He has reached base in all 30 of his games played this season. The 1-2. Swing and a ground ball. That is fair. No, foul, says the third base umpire. And just up the third base line. And the weird thing there is on a ground ball up the line, that is the home plate umpire's call up to the bag. So that should be his call, whether it went over the bag in fair territory or not, but there was no call ever made by Cameron Monaco at home plate, just the third base umpire, Kenny Aducci. So that's a little bizarre in that sense.
I think Drew Rossi was trying to point out some chalk dust there on the third baseline.
Yeah. There's no avail, so still 1-2 on Wirtz. The pitch. Big curve. Flips in. Do I see 62 on the gun?
I think Brock Noten fell off the mound there.
Yeah. Yeah, he's adjusting his, doing a little bit of landscaping there. Looked like maybe his back foot might have slipped a little bit, judging by where he was working at near the rubber. His pushing off point, if you will. Okay, there you go. Back foot slipped. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Wirtz. The pitch. Fastball right down the middle, called third strike, and Wirtz visibly upset after that. I don't think there is anything wrong with the pitch. I think he was upset about, 1, not getting that double a couple pitches earlier, and 2, the fact that he didn't trigger on that.
You saw Noten slip there. You know, the field right now is a heck of a lot better than it was earlier today, but I'd imagine still wet conditions that could play into this ball game.
Yeah, and it was interesting with the tarp today. So the tarp was put down after batting practice today, but a little bit of a misfire on the forecast. As Brian Pereira steps up, and he swings and rolls the first one to second, gobbled up by Lopez, and an easy toss to first, 2 up, 2 down in inning number 2. And so the tarp came off, but then a shower that really no one was expecting came out of the blue. And so quickly, right after everyone came out the field, they had to get everyone back down and put the tarp back on. This time it was pouring, so the infield took on quite a bit of water. But they're able to get it into playing shape, but not quite 100% perhaps. 2 outs here is Jordan Barth, who takes the first pitch curveball in the inside corner for strike 1. Barth at .317 with a homer and 8 driven in. He pinch hit in last night's game in the 8th inning and struck out looking. The 0-1. Fastball just off the plate. The count moves to 1-1. Jordan Barth, a very difficult hitter to strike out. That was just his 3rd strikeout in 60 at-bats this season. The 1-1. Swing and a foul tip right at home plate. And the count moves to 1 ball and 1 strike.
Has a little bit of the David Eckstein gene then.
The thing is that in college, he was a power hitter. And the 1 home run he hit this year went a extremely long ways in Missoula. I'm talking like 1 hop off the levee into the river a long ways to left center.
You can hit some short ones in Missoula, too.
Yeah, he did not get cheated in that one. That was a home run at any park in America. The 1-2 to Barth. Swing and a miss. Well, there you go. He strikes out 2 at-bats in a row, chasing one well up and out of the zone. And Brock Noten throws a 1-2-3 second with 2 strikeouts. Bottom of the second, 1-0 Rocky Mountain on YouTube and the Mustang Radio Network.
Welcome back to UC Health Park. Tyler Petersen and Mense on this Pioneer League simulcast. You're listening and watching to this matchup between the Mustangs and the Vibes. It's 1-0 Vibes in the bottom of inning number 2. Perez, Glenn, and Hansen, the bottom 3 of the Vibes order to face Gene Correa. A 19-pitch first for Correa, and the first pitch to Perez is swung on and missed. Perez and Correa, former teammates last year. Both of them spent pretty much the entire season active on the Vibes roster. The 0-1 from Correa is strike 2.
And I wonder if this is a situation where, all right, Correa, he got his rhythm disrupted by the long delay and maybe settling in after that first inning.
Perez off the end of the bat to center field. Garcia coming in. He's still coming in. He's underneath it. He makes the catch for out number 1.
Well, certainly a nice start to the second inning, jumping ahead of Perez 0-2, and then getting him off balance, and Garcia got a decent amount of barrel on the bat, but he was off balance and kind of got it towards the end of the stick, and an easy play for Garcia in left center.
Here's Josh Glenn, the Vibes catcher. Went to the University of Northern Colorado, so he is somewhat of a local kid from Draper, Utah. Steps in against Correa. Base is empty. 1 out in the bottom of inning number 2. A 1-0 Vibes lead. That's high and outside for the first pitch from Correa.
And I said on my broadcast a couple nights ago, and how strange would it have to be for Glenn, fresh out of college, to turn around and play on his college field in his first pro series? This
is swung on and fouled back. Yeah, the Northern Colorado Vibes are Northern Colorado Owls. Josh Glenn would be a Northern Colorado Vibe, but the NoCo Owls are not ready in Windsor, so they've moved to Greeley temporarily. Pitch from Correa, that's taken low. 1-0 Rocky Mountain. Glenn supposedly would be the defensive of the two between him and Navarro. The 2-1, this is swung on, fouled out of play toward the picnic terrace and onto the roof of the banquet hall. 2-2.
You know what, thank you. For the last 3 days I was saying, like, I'm not 100% sure what that building is down there. I need to ask someone. I didn't even have to ask someone. You just answered. It's a banquet hall. That is what that large building out towards the right field corner is.
And if you notice, on top of the shed down by the pole, the makings of a tiki bar.
Uh-huh.
Pitch to Glenn, just a bit low. It's a full count now. That's what I was saying. Glenn was, at least early on, we were told that he would have been the defensive guy, Navarro the offensive guy. Glenn a better batting average, but Navarro has hit his first pro home run. The 3-2, that's hit behind first, down the right field line. The right fielder Taylor into foul territory. That will fall in the Vibes bullpen. No one will get there. Taylor had to slide to avoid colliding with the wall, and that would have not been good.
Well, the other day I was talking about how these bullpens here, they are kind of bizarre in how they're set back, kind of behind where you'd think the fence should be down the lines. And so it adds another 15 to 20 feet of foul territory out there, and boy, that nearly gave Correa a second out there on a ball that at just about any other park is safely in the seats. And at Dealer Park, that ball's 20 feet back in the berm. Easy.
Another 3-2 from Correa. Here's the windup and the pitch. Ground ball, foul once again. Up to 29 pitches on Correa here in the bottom of the second. 1 out, bases empty, 1-0 Vibes. Yeah, in Dealer Park, I think you can practically shake hands with the bullpen catcher if you're in the first row in one of the bullpens.
Yeah, and the third base coach for that matter.
Correa's 3-2 to Glenn. Breaking ball, strike 3 call. Glenn knew it. The first strikeout for Correa, and there's 2 away.
Nicely done by Correa on the 8th pitch of the at-bat. He came in right through the front door with a sweeping breaking ball, and I think it's safe to say Glenn was looking for another fastball, not that.
The words of Mickey Mantle, I believe. Look fastball, react to everything else.
There's no reaction there, just inaction.
First pitch to Glenn, off the hands toward Dennison. Oh, and speared it short. His throw will be in time. Hansen can't believe it. But it's 3 up, 3 down. We will not get an argument from Joe Miklick. We will head to the third. It's 1-0 Rocky Mountain. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube and listening on the Mustangs Radio Network.
Top of the third inning, 1-0 Rocky Mountain. Both pitchers traded 1, 2, 3 innings in the second. And so the Mustangs will look to strike here in the third against Brock Noten as the 8, 9, and 1 hitters step up to the plate. It'll be Mitch Piotnik, Mason Dennison, and then back to the top for Cruz Taylor. Piotnik did not play yesterday. Had an RBI double back on Wednesday. That was 0 for 4 last time out on Thursday with a couple of strikeouts. So looking to bounce back from that. Left-handed hitter, swings at the first pitch, slaps it foul. That'll rattle around a couple empty bleachers down the third baseline. Strike one. Piotnik batting .379, 1 homer in 10 driven in on the season. Infield plays him straight up. The pitch, swinging again, slap foul. This one will reach the roof of a storage shed third base side. I don't think anyone is getting that one. That'll join the graveyard of waterlogged, sun-bleached baseballs chilling up there. No balls, 2 strikes. The pitch, fastball up from Noten. Looked like maybe he overthrew that a little bit, kind of recoiled on the mound. They're firing that 87-mile-an-hour fastball way up and out of the zone. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Piotnik. Fastball inside, framing it up, but to no avail is Glenn, and the count moves to 2-2 as Piotnik gets the benefit of the doubt on the call.
Noten certainly thought he had it. He was already 5 steps off the mound.
Ready for a K-strut that, well, not yet. Struck out 3 in the game so far. 2-2, swinging a line drive right back at Noten, but he can't glove it. It is into center field, and Mitch Piotnik has a leadoff single. So 2 hits for the Mustangs, and both of them went right back at and over Noten.
I think the quote from the mound there was, "Yikes!" as Noten nearly got a glove on it, but I think he pulled his hand away just a little bit too early.
I was going to say, I think he kind of alligator armed that there. That looked like one that was almost kind of right in that short radius where you just kind of do a quick swipe of the glove and, hey, look what I found. But instead it finds center field. Now Mason Dennison, who added a highlight reel play to end the second inning to what has been a nice series for him as he takes strike one. Dennison went 1 for 18 in the Boise series, including 0 for 16 to start the series. But he's 5 for 8 in his 2 games he's played here, including a 3 for 4 effort last night. Throw back to first, and Piotnik back in plenty of time.
I think Dennison came into the series below 200. He's up to 250.
Yeah.
He's been productive. He's made some great plays as well.
Yeah, sample size certainly helps with that. But, yes, legitimate improvement as the pitch is away, 1 ball, 1 strike. Dennison, could say, was the hero a couple nights ago. Had a double and a triple and scored the go-ahead run after the triple in a 4-3 win on Thursday. 1 ball and 1 strike. Noten comes set. Now time called at home plate by Dennison.
I've noticed that the roster, a lot of guys from the southern United States, Dennison from Florida, you've got a couple Georgias, a couple of Alabama.
Yeah.
Sort of a pipeline for Jim Riggleman?
Perhaps. 1-1 pitch, swinging a ground ball towards short, moving to his right, making the play. Hansen, they out at second. Throw back to first is not in time. Dennison was about a step past the bag, and so it is a fielder's choice as Dennison replaces Piotnik at first. The play at second goes 6-4. And that was a ground ball where you see a ball hit and you think there's only 1 out to be had there, and that was one of them.
It was a ball that maybe if Hansen had charged, it would have been a closer play, but he did wait back on it. He got the out. Ethan Lopez, to his credit, tried to get the out at first, but it was always going to be late at that point.
No, it didn't help Hansen as he had to move to his right to make that play a few steps. Noten chases Dennison back. The ball's just not hit that hard, and for that matter, the infield certainly a little wet. Probably slowing down ground balls tonight. As Cruz Taylor steps in and swings and misses at a first pitch curveball. Strike 1. Taylor bounced the second to lead off the game.
Well, you know Noten wants a third shot at this Billings team. The fastball's looking live. The breaking balls are pretty sharp tonight.
He's inducing ground balls. That's what he does best. The 0-1. Swing and the ground ball to first. And None goes to second for one. Back to first. That's Cantu, I should say. And it is a 3-6-3 double play to end the inning. So Noten, after the leadoff single, faces the minimum. We're through 2.5 on the Pepsi scoreboard. It is Rocky Mountain 1, Mustangs nothing. You're watching Mustangs baseball on YouTube and listening on the Mustang Radio Network.
Welcome back to UC Health Park. 1-0 Rocky Mountain in the bottom of the third. Tyler Petersen, me of the Vibes. Brendan Mense, him of the Mustangs. It's a Pioneer League simulcast on this Saturday evening. Top of the order to face Gene Correa. Gio Diaz hits this up the middle. In is Garcia. This will fall in between a triangle of Mustangs defenders. First pitch for Diaz, his second hit of the ballgame.
Both of them first pitch acts by Gio Diaz, so not waiting around. 2 pitches, 2 hits for Diaz, and once again Correa will deal with some traffic. He threw a 1-2-3 second, but dealt with a lot of traffic in the first, so we'll try to avoid that here, facing that same group of hitters here in the third.
Diaz of the Vibes and Jalen Garcia of the Mustangs tied for third in the league at batting average at .409 coming into today's ball game.
Well, Garcia has a hit, but Diaz has 2, so both of them inching up there.
It's Cesar Lopez against Correa. The first pitch, a ground ball towards second. Hovey will go to short. Dennison a little trouble with it, not in time to first. It'll be a fielder's choice for Lopez. Diaz is out at second, 4-6, 1 away in the bottom of the third.
Well, that one would have been a little bit tricky to turn 2 on, but yeah, that might have been a play where that little bobble, little trouble getting it out of the glove by Dennison may have been the difference between just 1 out and a second twin killing turn tonight by the Mustangs.
Yeah, you saw just a slight adjustment in the glove, and that's pretty much all it took. First pitch to Cantu, swung on a miss. That's the breaking ball from Correa. It's 0-1. 1-0 Vibes here in the bottom of inning number 3. 1 out with Cesar Lopez on at first. Cantu takes a called strike 2.
Looked like Lopez had a notion, started and stopped at first, took a couple steps, and then didn't like his jump, so he stayed put.
Correa set, and they're going to check on Lopez again. He gets back. Sort of a hard tag from the first baseman, Wirtz, but I think that's just an understanding over there. It's baseball. Setting up outside is Pereira. Here's Correa's 0-2. It's a ground ball back to Correa. He goes to second for 1, on to first. It's not in time, and it's past the first baseman, Wirtz. Cantu, he will head into foul territory so that he does not get credited with an advancement. We've seen it once this year already here at UC Health Park of a guy turning inside into the baseline, walking back to first and being tagged out. 2 outs in the inning. And again, a double play not quite turned. The out goes 1-2-6 on the play.
Say this, we've had a lot of double plays and threatened double plays in this game, and that one, it looked like that Dennison just didn't quite get enough on that throw. And he did bounce the throw. It looked like he just kind of let off the gas as well. Watch out.
Lopez, first pitch off the net of the Vibes dugout. I misspoke. The play went 1-4 on the fielder's choice.
I was going to say, I thought it went 1-4. So, yes, it was Hovey coming in from second, and with the defensive alignment, there's a sharp pull to left side. That was why.
Another throw over. Cantu gets back. This is where I might have the advantage writing my scorebook in pencil. You are a pen guy, I know.
I do have whiteout tape. I needed it yesterday.
Another throw back. Cantu gets back. 1-0 Vibes. 2 outs here in the bottom of inning number 3. Correa set on the mound. Glove at the chest. He kicks and fires. Lopez takes inside. Now this is a change of pace for me, Brennan, because I call for TV, and I have not called for radio in a while. And it is a re-unlearning of what I taught myself at the beginning of the season, not to call radio, but to call TV. 1-1 from Correa. Swing and a miss by Cantu. That was a challenge fastball, and Lopez swung right through it.
See, isn't calling for radio just kind of like riding a bike? You
It
may not
is.
do it for a while, but you hop right back on, and it's like you're an expert.
You keep pedaling with the mouth the entire time. The 1-2 to Lopez off the hands, and that will it'll stay within the field of play, but off the net. 1-2, so a fan will miss out on a foul ball there.
That was a nice 1-2 pitch by Correa, boring in on the hands of Lopez. There was absolutely nothing he could have done with that besides that.
Another 1-2. Again, Correa aiming for the outside, and Lopez takes it to right field. That's a base hit. Taylor took an odd angle. It's going to roll past him to the wall. They're going to send Cantu home. Ethan Lopez heading to third. This is going to be a stand-up triple. Well, the infield grass certainly has been slowing down the ball, but the outfield grass did not do that. 2-0 Rocky Mountain.
And that was something that I heard from both Mitch Piotnik and Jalen Garcia, who played left and center respectively on Wednesday. Both of them told me on Thursday that the outfield was very short and hard, and right field took a lot of water because that's where they dumped the tarp. And in fact, part of the reason why it took till 8:15, we were originally shooting for 8, was they were rolling water out of right field, and obviously it was still rolling. The ball was rolling.
Here's Mike Unknown, takes the first pitch way inside for ball 1. Unknown hit by a pitch in the first inning. At third is Lopez with 2 outs, and Unknown takes low. So 2-0 Vibes. That ball never got more than, I'd say 20 feet off the ground, but once it landed, it just skirted right past Taylor and right. The 2-0 to Unknown is a fastball for a called strike 1, 89 at the knees.
And I've seen it a couple times for Correa. Left a pitch out on an 0-2. That was an 0-2 fastball, got way too much plate.
Unknown, a weak tapper back to Correa. He's going to go to first. He's going to run it over, overhand flip to Wirtz. A 1-3 putout, but another run for the Vibes on 2 more hits. No errors, a man left on base. We head to the 4th. 2-0 Rocky Mountain. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube and listening on the Mustangs Radio Network.
Top of the fourth inning, 2-0 Rocky Mountain our score, as the Mustangs have a couple of singles but nothing more. Brock Noten, who in his first 2 starts against the Mustangs combined to allow 8 runs in 5 1/3 innings. Tonight, though, it's been a sharp contrast, 3 innings, no runs. And so does inning number 4, and continuing through the second trip to the batting order, have more success in store for the Mustangs. Here's Jordan Hovey to the plate. 2-3-4 due up for the Mustangs. The first pitch to Hovey is in there for strike 1. Got a few early 4th of July celebrators out there firing off some mortars out beyond the right field wall. It's a few miles away, but hear the crack of the fireworks. 0-1. Misses inside. The count even on Hovey. Jordan flew to left his first time in. 1 ball and 1 strike on the Mustangs' second baseman. That's a big hole up the middle, as both shortstop and second guarding the holes on their respective sides of the infield. The pitch. Swing and a line drive shot fouled in the left field line. That'll find its way out of the play above the burn. 1-2.
Well, right now, a pretty good night being turned in by Ethan Lopez. He's 1 for 2, but he's driven in both with 2 RBI, 1 on a fielder's choice, 1 on that triple.
Not bad at all in that regard. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Hovey. The pitch. Fastball just misses inside. Josh Glenn holding that out there for a while, but Cameron Monaco does not bend to the will of Glenn or the crowd. The pitch is ruled inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Noten working from the stretch, comes set. The 2-2. Swing and poked foul off the netting above the Mustang dugout.
I wonder if 2 nights now in a row we've seen players working from the stretch, or at least I remember Leo did and Noten did. I wonder if that has anything to do with the implementation of the pitch clock.
Hard to say. I'm trying to remember if Noten did that with Glacier or not. It doesn't really stand out to me. 2-2 pitch to Hovey, hit high in the air to right center field. Ball's going to carry a little bit, now twist back towards center. And moving over to make the catch is Cesar Lopez for out number 1. So Hovey got under that one. Flies out to center for out number 1. Brings up Jalen Garcia, who singled back up the middle his first time in.
On our side in Rocky Mountain, we had sort of this circle around this series as maybe sort of the first true test of how this team would perform, because when we saw NoCo, they were going through all sorts of changes. They let their manager go. So this, a good team in the Mustangs. This is a good test for Rocky Mountain, and right now they're giving the Mustangs a pretty good show.
First pitch to Jalen Garcia, bouncing ball through the right side, and that's a base hit. Jalen Garcia now 2 for 2. Mustangs have a 1-out base runner as Garcia has 2 of the 3 knocks for Billings in this game. And yes, that's a good point. I was kind of expecting to say this at some point of the series. And I think you'd agree with me on this, Tyler, that the product that was on the field to start the season for Rocky Mountain was an embarrassment.
Well, it was an untenable situation.
Yes.
At 4-19, the change was officially made, and the club is 5-3 since then.
And even then, they'd won a couple games shortly before that change as well. So it was something like 2-17 as Jackson takes strike 1. It was bad.
They took 2 games in the Boise series, and that was the first time to that point they had won multiple games in a single series.
He had a 12-game losing streak beginning of the year, basically at the beginning of the year. 0-1 to Jackson, big curve, and that's on the outside corner, strike 2. Jackson struck out swinging on a full count breaking ball to end the first inning. He is down in a 2-strike hole. His Mustangs are trying to get something going here in the 4th, trailing 2-0. Some lightning off in the distance above the center field fence as Noten backs off Jackson with the fastball at about shin level.
Well, we're getting flashes. It's either a firework going off or it's lightning. One I like, one I don't like very much.
I would say, the last one we saw was definitely lightning out above the batter's eye in center field, but a long ways off. It's off to the east as well, which means it's moving away. Now time called at home plate as Jackson Steps out, doing a little bit of manicuring in that left-hand batter's box. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, that Lightning can feel free to make its way to Kansas.
No problem with that. 1-2. Fastball upstairs. 2 balls and 2 strikes. I have family out in Kansas that are farmers anyway. They'll take it. They'll take the rain. Garcia at first. 1 down here in the 4th. Jackson 2-2, and then instead of throw back to first, Garcia was only a couple steps off the bag, so he'll scramble back. No problem. Jalen over there at first, 7 for 7 on stolen base attempts this season. He has nearly half of these 16 swipes by the Mustangs so far in this campaign. The right-hander sets. Another throwback, and once more, Garcia in standing up.
And I want to ask you about that because 2 steals in this series to get you up to 16, but it's not something Jim Ragland really implements that much. Whereas other teams are up to about, 57 steals in no-co.
2-2 pitch, swing, and a swing and a miss. Ball got past Glenn, but Jackson ruled to have whiffed on it, and that is out number 2. So Garcia moves up to second. That'll be a pass ball, presumably.
And this is the nice thing about the YouTube replay is we can see exactly, yep, that is a pass ball.
And you could see that, the Jackson did not make contact. So 2 outs, but a man in scoring position now for Gabe Wirtz, who took a called 3rd strike. His first time up after missing a double by inches leading off the 2nd inning. First pitch is a big looping curve in there for a strike at 71 miles per hour.
Yeah, get the roller out, get the yardstick out. It might have been centimeters.
Yeah. It might not have been foul at all. It's hard to say. It was very close. No balls and 1 strike. Wirtz being played to pull all the way around. The 0-1 instead of turn back towards second, and Garcia gets back, though no one was really covering second anyways. Ethan Lopez in the neighborhood, but not exactly in position to take a pickoff throw. No balls and 1 strike on Wirtz. Set by Noten at the belt and the pitch. Curveball inside. Wirtz was standing in there ready to take it off the elbow if need be, but pitch misses in.
I understand Gabe Wirtz has had a lot of big moments this year so far, late in games.
Yes, he has. He has had some late game heroics, a walk-off home run against Northern Colorado. Capped off a 2-homer, 5 RBI day. 1-1 pitch on the outside corner, strike 2.
And we here at Rocky Mountain Vibes Baseball fully support that.
No love lost for your 2 other Colorado compadres. Now 2 others. First year with 2 other teams in Colorado. How about this? In a decade, the Pioneer League went from no teams to 3 in Colorado. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Wirtz. Long look in by Noten. Time called.
I will say, at least the logo, I miss those Casper Ghosts.
1-2. Swing and a foul off right side. Wirtz stays alive.
Now, foul balls toward the right side. We always joke, will one end up in the s'mores fire pit?
Yeah, there is a fire pit over there. Yeah, imagine if one ends up there. I'm not getting it. You're getting it? No, I'm not getting it. Another 1-2. Slider down in the way. And the count evens up. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Wirtz. Noten has only allowed the 1 base runner, but has had to throw a few pitches in this inning. About to throw his 18th delivery of the inning. His pitch count at 57 for the game. Mustangs trying to push through here, down 2-0 in the 4th. The 2-2. Fastball down the way. Backhanded pick by Glenn. Count runs full, 3-2.
And you could hear the grunt from Noten there, and maybe trying to will that into a strike and just overthrew that a bit.
Yeah, that definitely looked like an overthrow. So what does Wirtz get here on 3-2? Does Noten go back to the fastball or go to an off speed? The set And the payoff. It is a fastball rolled softly towards short, scooping it up Hansen to throw to first. A stretch at first, but Cantu able to hold the bag. And Wirtz grounds out to end the inning. The Mustangs leave a man, 1 hit, 1 left, and a scoreless top of the 4th inning. We're through 3.5, 2-0 Rocky Mountain. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube and Mustang Radio Network.
It's the bottom of the 4th inning. It's 2-0 Vibes over the Mustangs. Tyler Petersen and Brennen Mense bringing you tonight's ballgame on a Pioneer League simulcast. Hernandez, Perez, and Glenn to face Gene Correa here in the bottom of the 4th.
We do also owe you a Denny Minholt Chevrolet MLB scoreboard. Located at 3000 King Avenue West, Denny Minholt Chevrolet is your preferred new and used car dealer and service facility in Billings.
First pitch to Hernandez is high for ball 1. Dodgers a 7-2 win over the Padres in L.A. How about Tyler Anderson this year? He is 9-1 with a 3.09 ERA. Correa from the windup. Pitch to Hernandez. Strike 1 on the inside. Cubs beat the Red Sox 3-1 in Chicago. Braves over the Reds 4-1 in Cincinnati. Rangers win 7-3 over the Mets in New York. Win for Martin Perez. He's now 7-2. Hernandez swings, fouls it at the plate. It's now 1-2 with nobody out here in the bottom of the 4th. Mariners a 2-1 win over the Oakland Athletics. I'm sorry, Brennen, but Tigers 4, Royals 3 in Detroit. Correa to the plate. That's high, 2-2.
And that Royals-Tigers game, Riley Green, the Tigers' top prospect, first big league homer was a walk-off in the bottom of the 9th.
2-2 the count to Hernandez. Correa from the windup. He swings, pops us behind second. In is the right fielder. Out is the second baseman, Hovey, who makes a basket catch. 1 away here in the 4th. Nice play by Hovey. His back turned to the infield, reached out the glove, and maybe caught it in the palm just a little bit, but able to squeeze it for the first out. Now Brandon Perez, the third baseman. Elsewhere in Major League Baseball, Jose Urquidy got his 7th win, 9-1. Astros beat the Angels. Angels are now 6 games under 500. Pirates a 7-4 win over the Brewers as Perez gets hit in the back. And he's going to take a moment here. I think that got him right between the numbers. He is bent over behind home plate. Mario Aguilas, the strength coach, coming out, as is Emily Weaver. The athletic trainer, Joe Miklick, coming down from third. Perez going for his straps. I think he wants to stay in it, but right now they are going to check on Perez.
I'm wondering if he got that like right off his shoulder blade. Because usually you'll see him kind of turn and take it between the shoulder blades. That one, I wonder if it got him right on the bone. You know how kind of your shoulder blades kind of point out a little bit. I wonder if it got one of those points.
There is a little bit of a ripple above the 5 in his jersey, so I think you might be dead on, Brennen.
Yeah. They're kind of feeling up right above, right at the top of the number 5 on the right side of his back. Kind of massaging it a little bit. And what?
We're getting the magic spray out, Brennen.
Yeah, what is that? See some spray or dust or something. I'm not sure what that is.
That is that's some soccer trainer stuff right there. That's the magic spray.
Huh. I will definitely be asking Tori Atencio, our trainer, about that on the bus tonight. I have not seen that before. I have 2 soccer games to my credit in my broadcasting career, so I don't have much to go off of there.
Well, as
whatever
Perez,
it is, it seems to work.
As Perez walks down to first, that'll bring up Glenn to home plate, his second at bat. He struck out in his first appearance. Still around Major League Baseball, Marlins 5-3 over the Nationals. The White Sox beat the Giants 5-3 as well, that game in San Francisco. Cardinals 7-6 over the Phillies, and I believe in today's game the Cardinals hit 4 consecutive home runs in the first inning.
How about that? I saw the Dodgers hit 3 in the first inning of their game. I did not see that note about the Cardinals, though.
Correa from the stretch. Glenn takes in the dirt. Twins a 4-3 win over the Orioles. Yankees, they are hot. 58-21, a 6-1 win over the Guardians. Nestor Cortez is now 7-3. Pitch from Correa, Glenn out of play. In the other game, in the Yankees-Guardians doubleheader, another win for the Yankees. Garrett Cole now 7-2. 2 more games that have gone final. Rays beat the Blue Jays in Toronto 11-5, and the Rays beat the Blue Jays in Toronto 6-2. 1 game still in play of local interest. Rockies up 11-5 over the D-backs. That game at Coors Field in the bottom of the 7th. Correa a check on Perez. He gets back. 1-1 to Josh Glenn with Perez at first. 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. 2-0 vibes. Glenn takes a touch high, now 2-1.
That look at the Denny Menholt Chevrolet scoreboard, well, brought to you by the Denny Menholt Chevrolet. If you're looking for a great deal and friendly, hassle-free experience, be sure to visit the Denny Menholt Chevrolet showroom on the west end of Billings. I would tell you to do that if you guys came to Billings this year, but you do not.
2-1 to Glenn, takes that breaking ball for strike 2. In fact, this is the last time we'll see any team from the north. After this series, the final 62 games against 3 teams: NoCo, Grand Junction, and Ogden.
That is wild. Not okay. Yeah, I guess Boise is in your division, but the farthest away.
Glenn pops this up on 2-2 behind home plate and out of play on top of the press box, probably into one of our suites.
Might have even cleared those as well. That was up there.
These Mustangs currently sit 4.5 back of the red-hot Paddleheads, who have won 9 of their last 10. Rocky Mountain 8 games back of the division-tied Ogden Raptors and Grand Junction Rockies, both at 18 and 15. There goes Perez. Again, Glenn swings. He pops it up, and again out of play.
That one, you may have heard the smack there, landed directly on top of a aluminum bleacher. Immediately, several kids descending on that.
Perez leads this team in steals. He's 8 for 12 on the season.
You're mentioning teams that run a lot. Rocky Mountain, one of them, 44 on the year.
2-2 the count to Josh Glenn. Big hole on the right side. Pitch from Correa. That's up and in. And Glenn has to get out of the way, drops the bat, and takes a few steps toward the Mustangs dugout with his head down.
The home crowd, none too happy about that. And I'm sure the fact that Correa just hit the man standing on first base, Perez, did not help. But that's not a purpose pitch. You're not going to intentionally hit a guy on 2-2.
Now a full count to Glenn. He's got to get in the box because there is a pitch count. Or a pitch clock, I should say.
We haven't actually seen it enforced so far yet.
Correa on 3-2. There goes Perez. Glenn swings, fouls it back. Well, we haven't had too many opportunities for a infraction to be assessed. That purely on the clock counts would have been a case, but I think home plate umpire Karen Monaco giving a little bit more leeway because of the nature of the previous pitch.
Yeah, I did notice a couple innings ago there was a close to infraction by Brock Noten as well.
And they're going to call a balk on Correa. It's called by Doug Hodges at first.
And I'm wondering what he did.
Well, we have the YouTube replay. We'll get another look at it. See if we can see anything obvious. Did he not come set?
Well, he threw to first, so it doesn't matter if he came set or not. I see nothing. Do you see anything, Tyler?
I mean, look back at it one more time.
That looked like your run-of-the-mill.
I see a pivot throw.
Yeah, that looked like your run-of-the-mill slide across the rubber and throw back to first. So that's something.
Still 3-2 to Glenn. Now with Perez at second. The pitch. Outside, ball 4.
So it doesn't matter anyways.
So it'll go down statistically as a balk and a walk, but like you said, it's still the same result.
Well, good at bat by Glenn. Worked a 9-pitch battle. Now a hit batter and a walk. A couple free base runners for Rocky Mountain here in the 4th inning with 1 down.
Now Andrew Hansen got out to such a hot start. He had 9 RBI in his first 2 games, but now he's still looking for his 10th here in game number 7. And the first pitch is a breaking ball low.
Game number 8, in fact.
Thank you.
Start number 8, game number 9.
Thank you.
I think you're looking at Ethan Lopez, who's playing the 7th game.
I was looking at
line
Ethan
below
Lopez. The 1-0 to Hansen. That's down low. It's 2-0.
And that's forgivable error with all the personnel moves, the changes. The lines on the Rocky Mountain stat sheet, there's a lot of them.
Well, that's only because Presto Sports will not let me take off inactive players.
Yes, otherwise that will mess up all the other stats. So
the 2-0 to Hansen, that's outside as well. It's 3-0. Hansen, I think, needs to take a pitch here. 2-0 Vibes in the bottom of the 4th. First and second, only 1 man out. On deck, top of the order, Gio Diaz. Correa's pitch, Hansen taking all the way for strike 1. Hansen grounded out to short in his first at bat. The 3-1, Hansen swings, pops this up over the Vibes dugout and into the stands. Oh, a kid with his glove nearly got it too. I think he's actually going to wind up with this ball, and he will.
Oh, no. Man.
That is some tough luck for that youngster.
Except he's going to have half a dozen kids landing on his back.
It's a full count to Hansen. First and second, 1 away, a 2-0 Vibes lead. Correa checks second. Perez is going to go to third. It's a double steal. It's popped up on the infield. Everybody's got to get back, and the infield fly rule is called, and it's dropped. The runners are going to move on their own volition. And I think...
Wait a minute.
Hold on now.
Something has gone wrong here. The first base umpire, Doug Hodges, called infield fly. He pointed to the sky for infield fly, but we had a force out called by Kenny Aducci at second. They threw to the second, or to Barth, the shortstop, or excuse me, Dennison, the shortstop, covering second. He did not tag the runner, just the base. An out was called on the force out, and Jim Riggleman said, hey, wait a minute, you called infield fly there. Now the problem is, Dennison did not tag the runner. If he tags a runner,
oh, you're right,
then you absolutely have the argument that should be a double play.
That's right.
But because he did not, the force out is eliminated. So this actually might help the Vibes.
No.
Because it would put runners at second and third, in theory.
But look what's happening.
But it appears they're just going to leave it as is. So I do think that was improperly applied, because I definitely saw Doug Hodges point to the sky, unless he did one of these. Never mind.
It's going to be a 9-6 fielder's choice, first and third for Gio Diaz. The first pitch, he doesn't swing at it for once, and it's a called strike.
And I think it's no mistake that was a big bender on the outside corner. Correa was not going to give him a first pitch fastball.
The 0-1 to Diaz, breaking ball again, and that's strike 2. Well, that was a bit odd.
It's the second 9-6 fielder's choice we've had this series. We had one, I think, on Wednesday. Either Wednesday or Thursday.
The 0-2 to Diaz, and he barely stays alive, and on Big League Emergency hacked. I was just making sure Taylor was indeed the one who threw to second. Yeah. He was.
I was wondering if you were going through to see if there was a point from Doug Hodges at first base umpire.
Oh, I certainly saw a point.
Yeah, I saw it in real time.
I don't think we're going to get it here on the replay. Gio Diaz to third, picked up, and to second base, a high throw, but coming down with it is Hovey. It's a 5-4 fielder's choice, and the inning is over. Might have been a strange decision. Good on Hovey for looking alive out there. Well, after all it's said and done, it's no runs on no hits, no errors, 2 men left on base. We head to the top of the 5th, 2-0 Vibes. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube and listening on the Mustangs Radio Network.
Top of the 5th inning. Our score 2-0 Rocky Mountain. Brock Noten has gone 4 scoreless. Mustangs have yet to have multiple base runners in an inning. They've only put 1 man in scoring position. And so they'll try to get something more going as Brian Pereira, Jordan Barth, and Mitch Piotnik step up to the plate. 6, 7, and 8 in the Mustang order. Noten will throw his 60th pitch on this first delivery of the inning, so certainly has done all right in the efficiency department there.
That's about as wild an inning I've seen where no runs are scored all season.
Well, we very nearly had one back first series of the season in Missoula, though. 1 run scored, but I promise it was wilder than that. As Pereira takes first pitch strike, 0-1. There is an inning where the Mustangs had the first 6 runners of the inning reach and scored 1 run. 0-1 is just off the plate, another off speed. Count even on Pereira, who rolled the second his first time in.
Well, that went hit by pitch, balk, walk, 9-6 fielder's choice, and 5-4 fielder's choice after the pop-up.
There you go. 1-1 pitch is swung on and nubbed foul back towards the screen, and Pereira is down to the count 1-2. He has not gotten a fastball yet from Noten, and the way the first 3 pitches have gone, it would not be surprising if he doesn't get one. The 1-2. Swing and a line drive into right center field. That's a base hit for Pereira. Over to get it on a couple of hops is Gio Diaz, and the Mustangs have the leadoff man aboard.
And I think Pereira was sitting off speed there, and I think he was better for it.
Yeah, it looked like he got a slider or change-ups on the outer half, but able to sit back on it, stroke it over the head of Ethan Lopez in the right center. So that's the 4th hit of the ball game for the Mustangs. Both teams with 4 hits apiece. Brings up Jordan Barth, who struck out swinging his first time in.
Noten's been around the plate a lot, which is good. He's also mixing his pitches very well. He's not sticking with any one pitch. Both the fastball and the breaking ball are looking pretty good tonight.
Here's Barth, first pitch grounded off of Noten and off the second base bag into center field. Pereira's going to go first to third, and 2 extremely fortunate bounces for the Mustangs. It looked like that ball just kind of tipped off Noten's glove, redirected a little bit, but was still in a situation where Ethan Lopez could have picked it up and gotten a 4-3 double play, but it just glanced off the second base bag. It didn't do a huge hop over his head or anything. It just kind of slightly kicked left in between him and the shortstop, Hansen, in the center field. That ball, just the flight path on that was something.
That's some angels in the outfield right there.
It's funny because during the rain delay, one of the things we were talking about is baseball movies. I won't say it. What I told your entire production staff up here, I won't say that. You're welcome. So runners at the corners for Mitch Piotnik, who has already singled once today, as check on Barth at first. So here's the best chance the Mustangs have had. Runners at the corners and nobody out, trailing 2-0 in the fifth inning. Noten sets, and the pitch to Piotnik is swung on and fouled back. Strike one. That one heard a smack off the windows. Not sure if that came back down or not. Whatever it is, the crowd oohing and awing over that. Or owing, I guess. No balls and a strike. Piotnik looking for RBI number 11 on the season. The pitch is swung on, popped up. Third base side, heading towards the dugout, and making the play is Brandon Perez, and a big first out for Noten. And Piotnik does not get the job done. A foul out to third. And first and third, one down for Mason Dennison.
And that's even better than a strikeout because that just took 2 pitches.
Yeah. Dennison reached on a fielder's choice his first time in. Well, he'll take that here, and why not? It seems like every other play this game has been a fielder's choice. Let's tally it up here, shall we? We've got just one on the Mustang side, offensively. Other side's a different story. Here's the first pitch to Dennison. Fastball taken for a strike.
Currently calculating.
5 hit into by Rocky Mountain.
Okay, a challenge for Chris Moyer if he's listening, Vibes historian. Most fielders' choices in Vibes history.
That'd be something. 0-1 pitch, big looping curve just off the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike.
That lower part of the right side of the plate has been an area that Noten has gone after quite a bit, but not gotten many calls from Cameron Monaco. Now, that was a pretty big frame by Glenn. He tried to bring that one back in.
Noten casually will check on Jordan Barth at first. That wasn't even his B move. That was a C move. 1-1 on the way. Dennison swings and skies it in the air. Foul out of play off to our right. Here come the cavalry of kids chasing after that. And the one non-kid in the middle will get it. But hands it off.
Good man.
He probably should, otherwise he'll get booed.
He has one of the highly sought-after Springs jerseys. You cannot get your hands on one right now. They are sold out.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Dennison. The pitch. Swing and a foul back. Here comes another souvenir. Watch out into the concourse. Pinballing around there.
Don't you dare hit my camera, Mason.
He missed it wide right.
I'd like to recognize our crew tonight, Brandon Vesey, our technical director, and our 2 cameramen, Hayden Everhart and Enda Mangan, producing this Vibe stream.
1-2 pitch to Dennison. Swing and a slow roller up the third base line, but foul. Likewise, special thanks to Jeremiah Anderson back in our studios at ESPN 910 105.5 FM in Billings, Montana, who is producing the broadcast on the Mustang side of things. Still 1 ball, 2 strikes on Mason Dennison. Runners at the corners and 1 down. 5th inning. Mustangs looking to break the seal on their end, trailing 2-0. Mason Dennison has had a good series so far, looking to do it. The 1-2. Swing and a chopper towards second. It flattens out. Lopez able to recover. Gets the out at second. But Dennison safe at first. Crossing the plate is Brian Pereira, and the Mustangs are on the board. It is 2-1 on what else? A fielder's choice.
Now, I don't think they were going to be able to turn that if Lopez got a nice hop.
Probably not.
But that almost was disastrous for the Vibes.
Yeah, and credit Lopez for being able to get that, because I mean, if you've ever heard a baseball coach, usually they'll say, keep your glove down. It's easier to come up than down. Lopez was expecting the nice big Sunday hop. Said the ball, I don't think it even hit the lip of the grass. I think it just found a spot in the dirt or something. Now a pitch into dirt, blocked by Glenn. Dennison thought about going to second, but held up. Ball 1 to Cruz Taylor.
Well, Lopez already this inning had a ball go off a base unexpectedly on him, so I think, he knows this field might not play perfect tonight.
Yeah, and also of note, there was a ton, and possibly a literal ton, of turf dry dropped in the infield after the tarp came off, so it's not exactly quite manicured perfectly, as the pitch to Taylor is a fastball off the plate, 2-0.
Now that's a pitch Noten had been getting. He was not getting the right side of the plate. He had been getting the left side.
So it looked like that one was a little bit towards the line of the right-hand batter's box. That's a little bit off the plate, typically. Usually you're not going to get that call. 2 balls, no strikes on Taylor. Setting the pitch. Down and in, and that one catches the foot of Taylor. A hit by pitch will put Cruz Taylor on base, and there are 2 on with 2 outs for Jordan Hovey.
And this has been an unconventional half inning as well.
Yeah, Mustangs got 2 singles, but again, one of them off of second base on what probably should have been a double play ball. Now we're going to have a visit to the mound by the pitching coach for Rocky Mountain, Mike Garcia. And we're going to see some action in the bullpen for the first time for the Vibes, as Noten certainly not through too much fault of his own. Well, certainly didn't like hitting Cruz Taylor there. That one's somewhat fault of his own. But
no, he's done his part pretty much all game. I mean, today, or in this inning, the ground ball from Barth just happened to get through him, hand off the bag into center field. He's been getting weak contact.
Yeah.
The Mustangs do not yet have an extra base hit. It's certainly his best performance against the Mustangs this year, and his pitch count right now, he's 5 fewer pitches at least than where he was in the 4th inning of his last start.
Yeah, and the thing with, you mentioned the no extra base hits. I mean, what we've seen this series is not the MO of the Mustangs from an offensive standpoint. Coming into this series, the Mustangs were tied for the league lead in home runs. And here we are 3.5 games in. The Mustangs do not have one this series. And far and away, that's the longest drought from a home run standpoint we've seen by the Mustangs hitters this season. So, and the Mustangs also lead the league in triples, for that matter. So you're talking about a team that gets a lot of extra base hits, and we've had nothing in that regard so far this evening, and not a whole lot yesterday either.
In a stadium that's even higher than Coors Field as well.
Yeah, 6,500 feet, no home runs in 3.5 games. Here's Jordan Hovey after the meeting. Takes a backdoor breaker in there for a strike. Hovey, judging by the body reaction, was not too thrilled about that call.
I'll tell you what, same spot as the sinker, but the sinker went to the right-hander's batter's box, and that breaking ball went in towards the plate.
Coming in towards the plate, yes. The backdoor breaking ball. The 0-1 to Hovey. Fastball pulled to the right side, off the glove of Anoni, able to recover, throw across his body to Noten, and Hovey slams his helmet in frustration. That's the second time I've done this. That was Ulysses Cantu making that play. A fortunate bounce this time for the Vibes. The Mustangs leave it paired, but they do score one. We're halfway home here on the YouTube and at the Mustang Radio Network. Rocky Mountain 2, Mustangs 1.
Welcome back to UC Health Park, bottom of the fifth. Vibes with a 2-1 lead. Tyler Petersen and Brendan Mense. A Vibes Mustangs simulcast on this Saturday evening. Cesar Lopez, Ulysses Cantu, and Ethan Lopez against Gene Correa here in the fifth. Lopez 1 for 2. He's been on twice, a single and a fielder's choice. The first pitch from Correa is high and outside for ball 1.
By the way, this inning we do owe you the TDS Fiber trivia question.
Ooh, I love trivia questions.
There you go. Involves the man on the mound, Gene Correa.
The 1-0 to Lopez is swung on, hit behind third, but this will be out of play.
TDS Fiber is better. Better all-fiber network, better internet, better speeds, better bandwidth, better TV packages, all at a price you'll love. Visit tdsfiber.com to learn more and register for services.
Correa winds, the 1-1, popped up behind third. This one might be in play, down the left field line. Dennison over, he leaps, it's off his glove, it's out of play.
That's a foul ball.
And there will be no play, and Joe Mikulik wants this as a fair ball. He is quite animated in this discussion now. He is saying, actually, that Dennison touched the ball while he was in fair play, and if that is the case, it would be a fair ball.
Well, here's the thing. It's not where the fielder is, it's where the ball is.
That's true.
So the thing is, Dennison was reaching away from him, so though he did overrun it a little bit, so that's a tricky call, and to his credit, third base umpire Kenny Aducci, he was out in shallow left field to see that, and Joe Mikulik still having his words out there.
And he did leap as well, so the feet weren't in fair play. You couldn't see exactly where he was.
I mean, again, the feet are irrelevant. It's not like football. It's where the ball is, and so, yeah, that could be kind of tough, especially, you know what, the fact that Aducci was right on top of it.
That's ball 2 to Lopez low. Please continue.
And the fact that Aducci was right on top of the play may have actually hindered that because he didn't have the chance to kind of back up and be able to see both.
Lopez swings and misses at a high fastball. 1 away. Thank you for that clarification, Brendan. So, another interesting way to start an inning.
No kidding.
And we have Ulysses Cantu. I'm on the edge of my seat, though, for that trivia question.
All right, that trivia question. So I said it involves Gene Correa, who came 6 outs shy of a no-hitter in his last start. And so the question is,
as Cantu takes inside for ball 1,
in what year was the last no-hitter thrown in the Pioneer League?
I think I actually do know this.
Okay,
here comes the 1-0. That's inside. I believe it was a 5-inning no-hitter.
That part you were correct.
For the Chuckers against the Billings Mustangs.
That part you were incorrect.
Oh, okay. That's swung on and missed. I know there was a game, I want to say, in 2013.
That is too far back.
Okay. So then I don't know the answer. Cantu swings and misses at the ball in the dirt. It's 2-2. It 1 out in the inning, bases empty. A 2-1 Vibes lead with Cantu at the plate.
So do you care to take another stab at it?
Let me rack my brain here. That's a swing and a miss by Cantu. It's fouled into the glove of the catcher. Third strikeout for Correa. Well, nothing else comes to mind. I knew Idaho Falls, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, so you're halfway right. It was a different Falls, Great Falls. And in fact, Great Falls to the last 2 no-hitters, and they were 2 weeks apart in 2016.
Ethan Lopez on the first pitch, back to Correa. He's going to run the ball over and flip it to the first baseman, Wirtz. That is a quick 1, 2, 3, bottom of the 5th. We head to the 6th. 2-1 Vibes. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube and listening on the Mustangs Radio Network.
Top of the 6th inning we go. 2-1 Rocky Mountain. Brock Noten allowed a run in the 5th. They're looking to make it through 6 innings for the first time this season, as Mustangs still have not really hit them hard. Allowed 2 hits in the 6th, but one of them courtesy of a bad hop, and both hits were just singles in that regard. I actually take that back. Noten did make it through 6 innings back on June 8th against Great Falls. Through 6 scoreless innings and a 14-0 win for Glacier. But in no other start besides that had he been able to even make it to the 5th.
Well, I don't know what this low-scoring baseball is, but this is not the Pioneer League I know.
That is for sure. I'll say that's not necessarily a bad thing.
No, it's not.
No.
Not at all.
So here is the first pitch of the inning to Jalen Garcia, and he gets sawed off. And it's a weak pop-up. Cesar Lopez hardly has to move. Check that. Ethan Lopez makes the catch at second base. And 1 pitch, 1 out for Noten to begin the 6th inning. So Garcia's retired for the first time today after he singled his first 2 times up.
Well, he's step for step with Gio Diaz right now. They're both 2 for 3 with 2 singles.
Brings up Bryce Jackson, who has struck out twice in the ballgame. So I did want to provide some extra context on that trivia question we had earlier. As I mentioned, the last 2 no-hitters thrown in the Pioneer League were both in 2016. Pitch is taken for a strike by Bryce Jackson, 0-1. Both by Great Falls. They were about 2 weeks apart, and they were both started by the same pitcher. Pitch to Jackson, down and in, 1-1. It was Yasmer Solorzano. He threw a 5-inning no-hitter. That was the last one on September 4th, 2016. On September 20th, started a 9-inning no-hitter with 2 other relievers he combined on. Pitch to Jackson, misses, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. How about that, being a part of 2 no-hitters in 1 year? Something you don't see very often. Pitch to Jackson, outside, ball 3. If you're wondering what happened to Solorzano, he never made it past high A. Funny how those things work out. 3 balls and 1 strike on Jackson, looking to reach with 1 out in the 6th inning. Long look in by Noten. Pitch clock runs out, but nothing happens. The 3-1 pitch is taken for strike 2. Backdoor breaking ball. Bryce Jackson was ready to ditch the bat, but will stay put as the count runs full. Jackson has walked in 8 of his first 21 at-bats this season. Trying to draw one here, the 3-2. Swinging a ground ball towards second. Lopez scoops it up and over to first, and Jackson is out. He is now 0 for 3 and 2 up, 2 down in the 6th inning.
Right now, on both sides, both players, managers, and both the players themselves, I don't think there'll be many Christmas cards to this staff at the moment. A lot of gripes with the umpires tonight from both sides.
Yeah, Joe Mikulik, and he was letting the home plate umpire as well have it between innings. We did not see the famous Mikulik meltdown as Gabe Wirtz fouls the first pitch back, strike 1. And the thing I think that best describes Joe Mikulik, what he's known for, is that if you Google his name and go to images, the first thing that pops up is the picture of him arguing with an umpire and holding a base in his hand that he presumably is about to throw. Pitches outside to Wirtz, 1 ball, 1 strike. I was told he had a few of those last year when he was a hitting coach in Grand Junction. 1-1 to Wirtz. Swing and a miss. Foul tipped into the mid of Glen, and Noten 1 strike away from a 1-2-3 6th inning. 1-2 on Wirtz, who is 0 for 2 with a strikeout today. A pitch. Fastball's upstairs. Right as we hit the 10 o'clock hour here in Colorado Springs. Game that started after an hour and 47-minute rain delay.
You'd never know it, but we're still under 2 hours in this game.
Yeah, 2 balls, 2 strikes to Wirtz. Fastball upstairs again. We thank you for tuning in on YouTube. And also listening on the Mustangs Radio Network, ESPN 910 1055, KBLG Billings, Montana. I'm Brennen Mense, Tyler Petersen to my left, Jeremiah Anderson producing back in Billings. 3-2 to Wirtz, in on his hands with the fastball, and that's popped up, foul out of play right side. Find the roof of the concession stand, which understandably with kind of a lighter crowd in a late night, starting to shut down a little bit earlier this evening. Certainly a walk-up crowd hurt by the delay in the rain this afternoon. Definitely been unfortunate. Another payoff way outside with the fastball, ball 4, and a 2-out walk for Gabe Wirtz. So Wirtz now has reached base in all 31 games that he has played in this season.
And I don't know whether we're going to get some more action from that Vibes bullpen. They want to get Noten through the 6th for sure. He's at 91 pitches.
That kind of surprises me, over 90, and that there's still nothing going in the pen.
Well, someone was warming earlier. I don't think it'll take him too much longer to warm up if he needs to get up again. But with 2 outs and a runner on, Noten wants to get out of this inning now.
Here's Brian Pereira, who singled his last time up. First pitch, grounded near the first base line, but just foul. No balls and 1 strike. Pereira singled to right center his last time up, leading off the 5th, and scored what is the only Mustang run. It's 2-1 Rocky Mountain here in the 6th.
And now Armando Valle, the tall lefty, will start warming conceivably for Mitch Piotnik.
I'm sure the Mustangs would not want to see him again after the outing he had 2 nights ago. And it wouldn't surprise me, Mitch Piotnik maybe gets called back if Valle does get called in to face him.
Valle went 2 innings, struck out 4, but he took the loss.
That's true, he did. The 0-1 to Pereira. Swing and a miss. Noten challenged him with a fastball in, and Brian swings through it, and he's behind in the count 0-2. Wirtz was behind 1-2, but rallied back to draw a walk. Can Pereira, who singled on a 1-2 his last time up, come up here with another 2-strike knock? The pitch. Swing and a line drive into right center field. That's a base hit. That's going to roll a little bit. Wirtz is going to third. He's going to be waved home by Drew Rossi. Here's the throw to the plate. It is not in time. The throw was just a bit offline. Josh Glenn had to go up the third base line to snag it, had to reach back around to try to tag Gabe Wirtz. And it was ruled by Cameron Monaco the tag was not made. So Wirtz scores as Brian Pereira ties the game on a 2-strike double with 2 outs in the 6th inning.
And we got a pretty good look at it here on YouTube. And the tag, oh, it was close. It would have to have been Glenn missing the tag because certainly the glove was there in time. He must have just missed him.
And the thing is, too, is Joe Mikulik did not come out to argue, so I wonder from his angle if he saw the whiff in the first base dugout, because you're going to see that angle better from the first base side. So the Mustangs tie the game, and now here's Jordan Barth with Pereira at second, and the first pitch is down and away, ball 1.
And I think this has to be Noten's last batter no matter what happens.
Probably so. That was his 95th pitch, and now Glenn is going to jog out and have a chat at the mound with Noten. Yeah, the replay we were seeing was from the third base side. I would like to see the camera angle from the first base side. So it did cut to it, but not quite enough time to really get a good idea of the tag. But even then, just the angle of Wirtz's body might not have been able to see it in the first place. A very close play at the plate nonetheless, and an aggressive send by Drew Rossi, the third base coach, pays off for the Mustangs as it's 2-2 in the 6th inning.
The ball certainly beats Wirtz, but hey, credit him. That was a nifty slide.
It was. The 1-0. Slider again, way outside. Ball 2 to Barth. Jordan has struck out and had a very interesting single that caught Noten's glove and the second base bag on the way to center field. Back in the 5th inning, that put that inning in motion, which the Mustangs got their first run. The 2-0. taking all the way. It's a fastball inside, ball 3. Again, Piotnik is on deck. Armando Valle is warming up, the southpaw. If you're looking at the Mustang bench, there are a couple of right-handed options on there. If Piotnik were to get called back, the 3-0 curve in there for a strike. 3-1. There's Jacob Klein, still working his way back from a hand injury, but had an RBI double a couple days ago. Then Zach Threlfall, catcher's got 5 at-bats on the year. Also a couple lefties in Aiden Nagel and Jackson Raper. The pitch is down and away. Ball 4 to Jordan Barth. And the Mustangs have 2 on with 2 outs, as Noten issues a walk on his 99th pitch of the ball game. And with Mitch Piotnik coming to the plate, heading to the mound, and therefore to the bullpen, is Joe Mikulik. And Brock Noten's night will come to an end after 5 2/3 innings on the mound. So we will have ourselves a pitching change brought to you by the DoubleTree by Hilton, located in the heart of downtown Billings, within walking distance of Sky Point, Alberta Bear Theater, Yellowstone Art Museum, and the Billings Depot. The DoubleTree features nearly 300 air-conditioned guest rooms, all with flat-screen TVs and the most modern amenities, including complimentary Wi-Fi to keep you connected. Choose a DoubleTree by Hilton in downtown Billings for your next stay in the Magic City. We'll be back in 30 seconds to tell you about the new pitcher, Armando Valle, when we come back on the Mustang Radio Network. Pitching change here with 2 outs and 2 on in the 6th inning in a 2-2 ball game. Armando Valle is on as Brock Noten gets through 5 2/3, but no more. And so Noten at best will leave with a no decision as Armando Valle comes into the game. Get you the numbers on Valle from Tyler.
Valle's 4th game as a member of the Vibes. He's 0-1, took the loss on Thursday. Struck out 4 batters in 2 innings then. 5 1/3 altogether, 9 strikeouts in that 5 1/3 he's pitched, an ERA of 3.38. A 6'5", 215 lefty, 24 years old, from Guaynabo, Puerto Rico. Went to Lubbock Christian with fellow Vibe catcher Luis Navarro. For Noten, it's 5 2/3, 5 hits allowed. So far, 2 runs. Both are earned. He walked 2, he struck out 4. He's responsible for both Pereira at second and Barth at first.
So, indeed, as suspected, Mitch Piotnik will be getting called back, and Jacob Klein is going to pinch hit here in the 6th inning, a right-handed hitter. Face the lefty Valle. Klein on the season, having a good season to say the least. 442 with 3 doubles, 4 triples, 3 homers, 16 RBIs. This is his 15th game, his 2nd in a reserve role. He has Brian Pereira at second, Jordan Barth at first, as the lefty Valle comes set at the belt. And the pitch home to Klein is down and in. Ball 1, looked like a slider. Klein has 1 hit in this series. It's his first hit since coming off the IL. 1 for 6. That hit, though, was an RBI double back on Wednesday. 1 ball and no strikes. The set and the pitch. Downstairs, 2-0. Another right-hander in Mason Dennison is waiting on deck, and he is a big reason why Valle took the loss on Thursday, as Dennison hit a leadoff triple in the 7th off of him and scored on a bloop single by Cruz Taylor.
That was one of 3 runs scored by Dennison on that day.
of the 4 that the Mustangs scored in that ball game. 2-0 on Klein. The pitch, swing and a foul back. They got a fastball, but couldn't do much with it.
Now, Klein is listed as an infielder, but is he going to come in for Mitch Piotnik here, or is this, do you think, the designated pinch hitter?
I would guess that he will probably leave and Piotnik will re-enter. Klein is also still working back from a hand injury, so definitely wanting to ease him in, especially in field duty. Played at second base yesterday. The 2-1. Fastball started to go on a pitch, and it's called a strike 2. It's a fastball that was belt high on the outer half, and it seemed that Cameron Monaco simply said that was a called strike, so the count is 2-2. Valle 1 strike away from getting a big out here to end the 6th inning and keep it a tie game. Mustangs have 1 run in this inning, looking to break through and take their first lead of the game. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 on, 2 outs. The pitch to Klein. Fastball just misses off the outside corner. That did not miss by much. The count fills out. It is 3-2.
And now that's going to put a lot of things in motion here with 2 outs.
And Brian Pereira, a catcher, is at second. So that's a head start that could be very useful if Klein can find some grass. Indeed, it did look like that pitch was a bit low. Well, good take by Klein. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Both runners will be off. Valle set. And the pitch. High and outside, ball 4, and the bases are loaded. And here comes Mason Dennison, who drove in the first run of the night for the Mustangs. He has hit into 2 fielder's choices tonight, though that's not going to do him any good here with 2 outs and the bases loaded. He's got to find some grass in the outfield or draw a walk like Klein just did.
1 through 9, this is probably the guy right now the Vibes do not want to face.
As amazing as that is to think coming into the series. Here's the first pitch to Dennison. It is down and away, ball 1. Yes, Dennison has had a very good series. Certainly gaining confidence at the plate, and sure at this point saying, you know what? Bring it on. Bases loaded, 2 outs, tie game, let's do it. 1 ball, no strikes. Valle set, and the pitch home is in there at the belt. Strike 1. Dennison thought that was a little bit upstairs. Kind of recoiled a little bit once the strike call was made. 1 ball and 1 strike. As 3 Mustangs lead away from their respective bags. The pitch home from Valle. Swing and a foul off right side, and the count moves to 1-2. Once again, Valle is 1 strike away from stranding multiple Mustangs. He's looking to strand 3 of them here. Can Dennison come through? 1 ball, 2 strikes. Right-handed hitter waves his bat. Valle a long look in as he comes set. And the pitch. Swing, and again fouled away. Dennison lunging for 1 down and away and slapped it foul into the netting above the first base dugout.
Certainly in protect mode now, and you just need to find a hole.
Yeah, that was a swing where he was looking to do nothing else besides fight it off. Made me think he was maybe sitting breaking ball and reacting fastball. So he was well late on the fastball there. Another 1-2. Fastball line into right center field. That's a base hit, and that's going to roll to the wall. Mason Dennison has done it again, and this is going to come with 3 RBIs attached. Heading to third, safe. A 3-run triple for Mason Dennison. The Mustangs lead 5-2.
Well, all 4 RBI for the Mustang tonight, coming off the bat of Mason Dennison, and it's been, let's say, An otherworldly performance in this series so far.
Yeah, 4 RBIs for Dennison, and Brian Pereira has an RBI as well in this inning.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, Dennison has carried the Mustang offense tonight, and that was a hit that the Mustangs have not had the last couple nights. And a huge one to say the least. For the second time in 3 nights, Mason Dennison triples off Armando Valle. And up steps Cruz Taylor. He squares the bunt. Pitch gets away, but not much, and Dennison stays put. Taylor pulled the bat away and takes ball 1 in the dirt. So it's 4 runs here in the 6th, all with 2 outs. It's 5-2 Mustangs.
The book closes on Naughton. 4 runs, all earned.
Well, he pitched well, but ran out of gas at a key time. The 1-0 to Taylor. Swing and a miss. Valle blows it right past him. Count even at 1 ball and 1 strike.
Dennison went down and got that. That was a ball at the shins.
You're right, yeah, and that was off speed too. That told me that, yes, he was sitting on an off-speed pitch. And he went with it too. He did not roll over on that. 1-1. Taylor does try to bunt, but he bunts it foul into the screen. So Cruz trying to bunt his way on with that was strike 2.
With 2 outs, though.
Yeah, trying to bunt his way on and catch the third baseman, Perez, napping. Get a bunt single to get the run in.
You're visited by one of our UC Health Park moths.
Try to fly my mouth. No thank you, buddy. Get out of here. 1-2 on Taylor, who will not be bunting here. The pitch. In the dirt. Blocked by Glenn.
That's our payback for the 3-run triple in the inning.
Small price to pay. If less than desirable. I will live with it. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Taylor looking to drive in a 5th run here in the 6th inning. The set and the 2-2. Fastball downstairs, ball 3. We've had a lot of 2-strike counts with 2 outs. And remember, just back to Brian Pereira, he was batting with 2 outs, a runner at first, and an 0-2 count. And 4 runs have scored since that moment. 3-2, the count on Taylor. Valle the set and the pitch. Swing and a foul back. Taylor got a fastball in and shoots it off the handle, off the netting above the Mustang dugout on the third base side.
It's not unlike yesterday when we saw in the 4th, Yasner Laureano on the mound, no hits given up.
There you go.
A 2-out walk to Lopez, a single. Hernandez a 2-run triple, and Encarnacion driving in a 3rd. Same sort of situation here, but
yeah,
4 Billings.
2 quick outs, then 5 straight runners. 3-2. Swing and a slapped ground ball towards short. Backhand stop by Hansen. Throw to first is in time. And at long last, Rocky Mountain gets the final out of the 6th, but not before the Mustangs put 4 runs on the board on just 2 hits in the inning. They leave a man on third. We're through 5.5. 5-2. The Mustangs on top for the first time today. You're watching Mustangs Baseball on YouTube and listening on the Mustang Radio Network.
Bottom of the 6th inning, the Mustangs now with the lead. They're leading 5-2. Tyler Petersen and Brennen Mense with you on this Pioneer League simulcast. Unknown, Hernandez, and Perez, they've got work to do. Vibes are now down by 3.
And now for Gene Correa, this is key spot here is, can he possibly get 3 more outs, get the much coveted shutdown inning? He's at 81 pitches, though the Mustangs do have Foster Pace getting loose just in case.
The first pitch to Unknown from Correa is fouled straight back to the screen. The first time today, Correa works with the lead, and with a record of 3-0 on the season, Correa now in line for win number 4. The 0-1 to Unknown, taken for a strike on the outside.
Also worth noting, Correa has been a little wobbly tonight, but coming off his best innings, got 2 strikeouts and a comebacker and a 1-2-3 fifth.
Unknown takes in the dirt, has not allowed a hit since the 3rd. Jesus Valenzuela now warming for the Vibes down the right field line. The 1-2 from Correa, he winds, fires, that's high. 2-2 now. Unknown trying to start a rally. He's been a good rally starter in his return to Rocky Mountain. 0 for 1 on the day. The 2-2, ground ball toward the shortstop. Dennison takes it, double clutches, throws to first in time. A strong throw and a 6-3 ground out. That's 6 straight retired.
I have to say there, that was a good job by Dennison. Kind of an awkward pickup, kind of fielded a less than stellar hop right at the waist, but he knew who was going down the line. Knew there's a known who does not run the best, and so he took his time, clutch, got his feet under him, made a good throw.
Now Hernandez, who swings and misses. Now a slight shift to the left side of the diamond for Dominique. The second baseman, Hovey, I'd say is about 6 steps to the right of second base. This is inside. In fact, it hits him off the arm. It's the 3rd hit by pitch by Gene Correa.
Well, that is certainly something you don't see very often. You know, it looks like with 1 on, 1 out, and Correa not quite at 90 pitches. He'll be allowed to ride it out. Have a chance to pitch through this, though I imagine maybe 1 more base runner and that might change.
We have a pinch hitter. It's Luis Navarro. He will hit for Brandon Perez.
And it's interesting there, no platoon advantage game there, another righty.
That's down low. Well, it's a short bench right now.
That's true.
Not too many options. There's Pedro Alfonseca, who's been used primarily as a pitcher. Navarro and Encarnacion, the only 2. This is in the dirt. And as we said, despite the .083 batting average for Navarro to start his pro career, touted as the sort of, if you want to take the dichotomy of the 2 catchers, he might be the offensive guy, though I'm sure Josh Glenn would take exception to that, who is on deck. The 2-0 on its way to Navarro. He swings, hits this to left. It's shallow, but it's going to be right at Piotnik. He makes the catch as he re-enters the ballgame, 2 away.
And it looked like there that Navarro got the pitch he wanted, 2-0 fastball up, but seemed that he got that one just in enough on the handles. It kind of sounded like a weak contact there.
I was going to say, I maybe thought he might have splintered the bat just slightly.
Yeah, that pitch was coming in. So that was a good spot by Correa. It was up, but it was in. So unable to get extended. And 2 down for Josh Glenn.
Now, if Perez was lifted because of the injury, then we're going to play musical positions now. We'll see Encarnacion come in probably at short. They may move Lopez over to 3rd and move Hansen to 2nd. We'll see exactly what they do, though.
Yeah, it's interesting. I can't say there's anything that happened in the 5th that, or 6th, that seemed to suggest Perez was injured.
But here's the thing,
we'll
too.
See.
Are we saying that now they've burned their only other catcher? We'll see. Here's Glenn.
It's an interesting decision either way.
First pitch is a strike in the knees.
Because, yeah, it's one of those, if it's simply, okay, you need a guy just to take an at-bat, do you consider just, all right, sending, say, Alfonseca up there, just, okay, just taking that bat here, we'll work from there.
The pitch to Glenn. He takes low. What could happen, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, Navarro may go to first, and Cantu, who is by trade a third baseman, will move over.
That is a very good point.
2 outs, runner at first, 5-2 Mustangs. The pitch fouled back by Glenn. It's 1-2.
And this may be a dangerous game to play with 3 more innings to go after this, but there is also the option of burning the DH, as Unknown is a first baseman as well. Probably the less likely of the two, though, if you had to put the two situations side by side.
Correa set at the chest. His 1-2 is a breaking ball that floats high, doesn't quite catch the top of the strike zone. Now 2-2 to Glenn.
Yeah, with the Unknown situation, that's something you might think about, say if it was the 8th inning, but the 6th, probably not, because you're going to have that spot come up at least one more time in the game.
2-2. The pitch on its way. Glenn swings and misses. Correa, his 4th strikeout of the ball game. No runs, no hits, no errors. A man left on base. It's a scoreless bottom of the 6th. We head to the 7th. Mustangs 5, Vibes 2. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube and listening on the Mustangs Radio Network.
Top of the 7th inning we go. 5-2 Mustangs as Jesus Valenzuela is on for the 2nd straight night. Valenzuela came on in the 8th inning after Yohandry Perez worked 7 shutout innings and tried his very best to allow the Mustangs to come back, as he allowed 3 runs, but he entered with a 4-run lead.
Valenzuela, his 9th appearance, a 1-1 record, a 10.57 ERA. In 7 2/3 innings, he's struck out 7 batters, walked 8, allowed 9 runs. From Los Mochis in Mexico, made his Vibes debut back on the 3rd of June. A Monclova pitcher. He was pitching at the big league level in Mexico earlier this year. Got a save in 7 appearances there.
So Valenzuela becomes the 3rd pitcher of the ball game for the Rocky Mountain Vibes. I've done this more than once this year. I almost just did it there. I almost said Colorado Springs.
I do have an update.
All right, what do you got?
Perez has aggravated that what likely was a hit by pitch on the shoulder blade. It has affected his throwing, I understand. So he will not remain in the game. So where have the musical chairs gone? Ethan Lopez is at 3rd.
All right. So who is at 2nd?
At 2nd is
looks like Hansen.
Ulysses Cantu.
No, it's Cantu. Okay. And Hansen stays at short, and then Navarro's at 1st.
Correct.
So up to the plate for the Mustangs to begin the inning will be Jordan Hovey. First pitch from Valenzuela is inside, nearly clipped him. Ball 1. Hovey, the only man who did not hit in the 4-run 6th inning for the Mustangs. He is 0 for 3 in the game after going hitless the last 2. Pitch swung on and missed. 1 ball and 1 strike. Hovey all of a sudden 0 for his last 12 on the heels of a 10-game hitting streak dating back to the opener of this series. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Valenzuela pumps a fastball right by him, and the count is 1-2.
One of the great parts about the player development agreement between Monclova and Rocky Mountain is a guy like Valenzuela, who Monclova wants to be in the big leagues. He'll get an opportunity here to get more experience while he's not pitching every day down in Monclova.
He's got an opportunity here to start off the 7th inning on a good note. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Hovey. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Fastball at 90 miles an hour right past him for strike 3. 1 down to begin the 7th. Hovey is 0 for 4, brings up Jalen Garcia, who has 2 hits in the ball game. By the way, this inning, we do owe you a Pioneer League Around the Horn, brought to you by Budweiser, a proud longtime sponsor of Major League Baseball. As certainly things wrapping up elsewhere.
We're catching up to Great Falls, though.
Yes. Other 3 games, well, 2 of the other 3 games final as Garcia hits this one in the air. Right center field. That struck pretty well. That ball is back, and that ball is gone. Jalen Garcia with the first home run of the series for the Mustangs, his 7th of the season. He goes the other way for a solo shot, and the Mustangs extend the lead to 6-2 on Jalen Garcia's home run. His 3rd hit of the ball game. And that is a Jefferson Lines round tripper. It is brought to you by the official transportation provider of the Billings Mustangs. Jefferson Lines provides daily bus service at affordable prices and convenient schedules, connecting you to thousands of destinations across North America. Start planning your next trip today by visiting Jefferson Lines online at jeffersonlines.com. Jalen Garcia with the 39th home run hit by the Mustangs this season. Here is Bryce Jackson. He takes a fastball for strike 1. All right, now we'll go into the Pioneer League Around the Horn as 2 other games final. Northern Colorado defeated Grand Junction today 10-8. Next offering to Jackson's down low 1-1. Owls broke a tie with 2 runs in the 9th. Win that one again at 10-8.
That'll push Ogden temporarily into first place.
Yes, it will.
Who were rained out at Idaho Falls.
Meanwhile, Missoula, as Jackson takes one down and in, back to the screen, 1-1. Missoula steals a win from Boise with 2 runs in the top of the 9th to win 3-2 in Boise against the Hawks. Oh, a tough loss for Boise there in what's been a difficult season. Cam Thompson tied it. Jason Newman, who else? He's been hitting everything in sight. An RBI double for the go-ahead, and it turns out winning run. 2-1 to Jackson, swing and a foul. That caught a piece of the catcher, Josh Glenn, and the count is 2-2. 1 down here in the 7th inning.
Well, for Newman, he blew a save in last night's ball game. They ended up winning in the bottom of the 9th. He got the win, but now he goes out and blows a save for someone else.
And then got the save on his own end. Picked up the save after that. 2-2 to Jackson. Swing and just got a piece of it right at home plate. That one caught a piece of Glenn's hand. He throws down the glove, and he's telling the trainer, get out of here.
That's the strength trainer, Mario Argalis, and he's saying, look, man, I'm good. I'm a catcher. I'm tough.
I think it was more aggressive than that. Get out of here. That was a very emphatic wave off. He waved him off twice.
Are you kidding me? Nah, let's go.
No. I mean, kind of like if you've ever seen the clip of when Joe Torre tried to remove Mike Mussina with 2 outs in the 9th inning, and Joe got 2 steps out of the dugout, and Mike was like, get out of here. Back, sit down. Joe's like, okay, if you say so. And Moose got a strikeout into the complete game. Next pitch to Jackson is skied in the air, foul left side out of play. Count stays put at 2-2.
There aren't many times when a pitcher will win that argument with a manager, but
well, if you got a Hall of Famer on the mound, you have a better chance
Mike
of
Mussina,
winning
I
that.
think, is one guy who might get his way.
Yeah. One other game is still in progress in the Pioneer League. That is Great Falls and Glacier, at Centene Stadium in Great Falls. 2-2 to Jackson. Swing and a miss. Valenzuela has his second strikeout, bookending the Garcia homer. Jackson has struck out 3 times tonight. There are 2 down for Gabe Wirtz. In that game, it's 10-6 Great Falls. The Voyagers led 7-0 after 3 innings, but Glacier has at least made it interesting. Not been able to quite catch up yet. Brody Wofford has a homer for Glacier. Braden Daniel has one for Great Falls. First pitch to Gabe Wirtz is downstairs for a ball.
How about it's 50-cent hot dog night in Great Falls? You know what? I actually would not want a hot dog for 50 cents.
You would not?
I would not. I would not trust a hot dog if it was only 50 cents.
1-0 pitch, swing and a pop-up. Right side, foul territory. Ranging over Navarro. He's got room. He'll make the catch. And Wirtz fouls out to end the inning. But the Mustangs get one more. Jalen Garcia, a solo home run. It's time to stretch here in Colorado Springs. 6-2 Mustangs. You're watching Mustang Baseball on YouTube and tuning in on the Mustang Radio Network.
A big stretch here in the 7th, and this will be a big stretch here in the bottom of the 7th for Rocky Mountain. They are down 6-2. A new pitcher is into the ball game. It's Foster Pace replacing Gene Correa.
Well, for Correa, 6 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, both earned. A couple of walks, 4 strikeouts. He threw 91 pitches. Also navigated around 3 hit batters, and how about this? 10 ground ball outs for Gene Correa in the ball game. Take a look at Foster Pace, the right-hander, making his 10th appearance, 2-2 with a 2.93 ERA, 15 and 3rd innings, 15 hits, 7 runs, 5 of which are earned, 5 walks, and 15 strikeouts. His last time out was on Thursday night, and Pace threw 2 scoreless innings to earn the win.
9-1-2 for Rocky Mountain. Hansen, Diaz, Lopez, that's Cesar Lopez, to face Foster Pace. They'll need a response. It's 6 unanswered from Billings, 1 in the 5th, 4 in the 6th, and now 1 in the 7th on the Garcia home run, his 7th of the year. A run for the Vibes in the 1st and the 3rd. And right now, Brock Noten is on the hook for the loss. The first pitch from Pace to Hansen. He kicks and fires. It swung on. It's popped way up in the air on the infield. Hovey, at his second base position, steps onto the grass, makes the catch, 1 away.
Well, when Foster Pace is right, that's what he does. I mean, he'll get some swings and misses, but weak contact, in particular pop-ups, that is his specialty when he is on his game. And if that's what you're getting first pitch of his outing, then maybe that's a good sign of things to come for the Mustangs.
Well, if Gio Diaz is going to follow Garcia like they've been doing all night, then Diaz needs to hit a home run here for his first of the season. The first pitch from Pace. Diaz swings, hits it into right field, a base hit. Well, it's not a home run, but as far as average goes, it'll count the same, his third hit. He's now up over 415.
He's got 3 of the 5 hits tonight for Rocky Mountain. It's kind of a similar story to Thursday. He had 3 of the 6, or no, Wednesday had 3 of the 6 hits for Rocky Mountain in that game as well.
Now Cesar Lopez. Lopez is 1 for 3. 6 runs on 8 hits, no errors for the Mustangs. 2 runs on 5 hits and no errors for the Vibes. Runner at first, 1 out in a 6-2 ball game here in the bottom of the 7th. Pace taking his time, slide step, and it's low.
It's one thing about Foster Pace. He is very deliberate on the mound. And for one, it helps him control the running game as he actually was able to get a pickoff his last time out, in part because of that.
Lopez off the hands, out of play. He's a little mad at himself. He got a pitch to hit there and couldn't do much with it. So more of a middle name of maybe slow, Foster slow pace.
Foster deliberate pace, I think he'd prefer.
1-1 to Lopez. Glove at the belt for Pace. Now he spins and turns to throw to first, and back is Diaz. Diaz scored a run in the first. That was the first run of the ball game. Pace set on the mound. Another slide step. Lopez down the line, foul. 1-2 now. Both runs driven in by Ethan Lopez, who is in the hole currently. Vibes down 6-2. One and two to Lopez. Pace taking his time. Now he turns his head to look to home plate. Pauses, fires. Lopez, off of his leg. He fouls it, and he goes down immediately. Out come Emily Weaver and Mario Galis, and Lopez just going to walk this off. He looks to be all right, but he went down in a heap right away.
And that one went right off right foot and ankle area.
No thanks. Right off the instep of that front foot.
Yeah. But the fact that he hit it off his foot certainly helps him there, because there's certainly a lot more padding to work with hitting it off your shoe than hitting it off your ankle or shin or any of that. And he doesn't have a shin guard on or anything, so he's got no help.
Still 1-2. Pace comes set. Check it first. Now he fires. Breaking ball stays high. So it goes to 2-2 on Lopez. 6-2, the Mustangs lead in the bottom of the 7th. Pitch to the plate. That's tipped into the glove of the catcher Pereira for strike 3. First strikeout for Foster Pace, 5th from this Billings pitching staff. 2 down now with Diaz at first. For Cantu, now the second baseman. Cantu is 0 for 2 with the walk. Now he wants time. Six unanswered runs from Billings. 2-out rallies have been a specialty in this series. Let's see if the Vibes can put one together again here. Cantu takes a big breaking ball for strike 1.
Boy, Pace dialed that one all the way back to 68. That was a 12-6 curveball at its finest, just falling straight out of the sky.
And my fastball still can't hit 68. The 0-1 from Pace. Cantu waits. Here it comes. He swings and taps at the plate, foul.
It's funny you say that, because the last time I ever clocked myself, which was something at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, just messing around with another coworker when I was in Bowling Green back in 2019, just trying to see who could throw faster. I think I topped out at 68.
0-2 in the dirt, bounces up. Pereira is after it. Diaz back to first. The last time I clocked myself, it was at Stompers Fun Zone at the Oakland Coliseum.
All right.
They had a radar gun there, and so I got up as probably then a 21-year-old, took a ball, fired it down for 58. I thought, what? Took another ball, fired it down, 58. I grabbed a third ball, threw it as hard as I possibly could, 59. 1-2 to Cantu. He swings, taps it off of his bats. That's a foul ball. Pop-up, single, strikeout so far in the bottom of the 7th. 6-2, the Mustangs lead. Rocky Mountain had a 2-0 lead all the way until the 5th inning, and then the Mustangs, well, they came storming on back. What do horses do? They stampede? Maybe?
Yeah.
1-2 from Pace. Pereira setting up outside. The pitch to the plate, that's toward the first baseman, Wirtz. He has to move his foot about 3 inches over to step on first base for a 3 unassisted. The inning is over. No runs on a hit, no errors, a man left on base. We go to the 8th inning. It's a 6-2 Mustangs lead. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube and listening on the Mustangs Radio Network.
Top of the 8th inning, a 6-2 our score. Foster Pace twirls a scoreless 7th. And so the Mustangs will look to add on again against Armando Valle, who they tacked on 1 in the top of the inning, thanks to a Jalen Garcia solo home run. Brian Pereira will now lead off. He was the one that really put the 4-run 6-inning rally in motion, tying the game by doubling to right center on an 0-2 pitch to score Gabe Wirtz. Here's the first pitch, a fastball upstairs for ball 1. So Pereira, 2 for 3 on the night, scored twice with the RBI. One ball, no strikes. The right-hander delivers, and the pitch is lined foul, backing out of play to our left in the sweet level.
To your point, how important now is that play at the plate? Because
huge.
Glenn tags the runner. We're talking about a scoreless inning. Instead, it's a 4-run rally for the Mustangs.
Yeah. And yeah, who knows how the 7th would have played out if it would have played out the same. 1-1 in the dirt. Pereira checks his swing. They appeal to third. And the ruling up by Kenny Aducci is no swing. And it did indeed appear that Pereira held up. 2 balls and 1 strike. So Brian looking to match a season high with his 3rd hit of the ball game. The pitch. Way upstairs, ball 3 from Valenzuela.
And I hate to beat a dead horse. No offense, of course. But we have really fallen into more conventional baseball in this series. It is not the double-digit runs that we are used to seeing in this league.
The scores are very much more normal, if you will. 3-1, way inside, all the way to the screen. And that's ball 4. So Pereira draws a leadoff walk. He's on for the 3rd time tonight. Brings up Jordan Barth. And yeah, I remember, and you were there for this, the very first night of Pioneer League baseball last year in Idaho Falls against the Billings Mustangs.
I remember it well. In fact,
and
do you want to see my book from that game?
I know the score of it. I can imagine bad enough. And I remember, and even though he wasn't there, he was certainly following along. Our general manager, Gary Roller, in Billings, recounting that day. The first pitch to Barth is a fastball, low ball 1, and he was saying, like, we're not sure what's going to happen with this whole independent baseball thing. We come out, and it's 10-0 Idaho Falls in the 2nd inning. We're like, what in the world are we getting ourselves into? And the final score was 17-11.
And 4 hours and 2 minutes later.
1 ball, no strikes to pitch. Barth started to go, but that's a called strike on the outside anyways, 1-1.
Well, at that point, Alex Smith, the tall lefty who had been in affiliated baseball for a while with the Royals, made that start. He did not get an out in that start. He allowed 6 in the first.
Alex
6 of the 7
Smith,
in the first.
I believe was just released by Northern Colorado. He started the year there. 1-1. Swing and a chopper to the right of the mound. This is going to get past Valenzuela. Tough play at 3rd and safe at 1st. The swinging bunt for Jordan Barth turns into a single, and the Mustangs have 2 on and nobody out here in the 8th inning.
Well, I got to say, that was probably the 2nd worst swing of the night for Barth, the first on the high fastball for the strikeout.
Yes.
But a completely different result for him there.
Now we're going to see Mitch Piotnik hit again. He was pinch hit for by Jacob Klein in the 6th. Klein walked to load the bases, had a really nice at-bat, laid off a very close 2-2 pitch. That was down and away, but drew the walk. Then after he scored on Mason Dennison's 3-run triple, Piotnik re-entered the game in left field. Now we're going to have a meeting at the mound as the catcher Glenn and now the first baseman, that is Navarro, going to head out there. And I wonder if this is maybe to help bridge a language barrier, perhaps.
That is correct.
Yes.
Chris Allen now warming in the bullpen for the Vibes, the tall lefty who was acquired from Glacier. We've only seen him in 1 game so far, and he only pitched 1 inning, so he is well rested.
And we have seen him at least twice, like Noten. I can distinctly think of 2 times.
He pitched twice against the Vibes. In fact, he got the opening night win against the Vibes for Glacier here at UC Health Park. Just one of those funny things about baseball.
Likewise, this kind of, I remember, probably the defining win of the year for the Mustangs as Piotnik swings through a first pitch fastball, strike 1. Well, the walk-off 3-run homer to cap off a 6-run 9th inning by Gabe Wirtz back on May 30th against Northern Colorado. That was against a former Mustang, Tyshawn Chapman. No balls, 1 strike. The pitch. Swing and miss again. That fastball looked off the plate, but Piotnik expands the zone, and he is down 0-2.
There was some sort of conversation from the Mustangs dugout as well on that. I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but the third base umpire, Kenny Aducci, had something to say.
I don't know what there was to say there. The count 0-2. Pitch, Piotnik swings. It's a high fly ball on the right. Drifting back is Diaz. Pereira is going to tag, so will Barth. Brian will tag and head to 3rd. The throw goes to 2nd. And so Piotnik on an 0-2 count, able to get Pereira 90 feet further down the line. And there are runners at the corners with 1 down. For the man of the night, that is Mr. Mason Dennison.
The man of the series, more like. This guy's been everywhere. He certainly has the hit of the night. It was a hit which gave the Mustangs the lead, a lead they have not given up since then.
Dennison 1 for 3 with 4 RBIs tonight. The triple is his second of the series, his third of the season. Up to 10 RBIs in the season now. Long look in. And the first pitch on the way to Dennison. Barth starts and stops from first as the pitch misses down the way for a ball. And you know what, that's not a bad idea for Barth if he can get the jump, stay out of the double play, and move into scoring position.
That was neither a secondary nor a steal nor just staying at first. That was somewhere in between. That was just sort of a
just kind of get out there and see what happens. And okay, never mind. I don't know.
It was a bit of a wander.
You're right. 1-0. Now he does go, swing and a miss. The throw to second is almost thrown in the center field. A diving stop by Hansen to keep it on the infield. That is a stolen base for Jordan Barth.
I'll tell you what, I had Pereira going once I saw that ball head to the right side of the bag and saved by a diving Cantu, but he would have been thrown out, so the infield will come in now.
So fully drawn in infield with second and third and one out for Dennison. A hit could give him a 6 RBI night. The first pitch, or the next pitch, is in there for a strike 1-2. First pitch after the steal, I guess. Oh, it's one of those almost feels like a new at-bat because the situation changes so much.
Well, it's dramatic.
Yeah.
Not only the positions of the runners change, but the positions of the fielders change.
Yeah.
The at-bat now changes.
The whole calculus of this plate appearance changes on that steal. Now it's 1-2. Valenzuela needs a strikeout here. The pitch. Swing and a slow roller towards third. Pereira's going. The throw to the plate is in time, and Pereira is tagged out. So the contact play was on. Dennison did not hit that hard, but he hit it to third, so that made the play a little bit easier, a little bit shorter throw by the third baseman, Lopez. So the play going 5-2 for the second out. Barth advances. Dennison is on with his third fielder's choice of the game, and we're going to have ourselves a pitching change as that's it. That is all for Valenzuela. We'll step aside, take a timeout. The lefty Chris Allen on it to face the lefty Cruz Taylor. But before we take that timeout, we'd like to remind you this pitching change is brought to you by the DoubleTree by Hilton, located in the heart of downtown Billings, within walking distance of several local attractions. The DoubleTree features nearly 300 air-conditioned guest rooms and all the most modern amenities, including free Wi-Fi. Be sure to choose the DoubleTree by Hilton in downtown Billings for your next stay in Magic City. Back in 30 on the Mustang Radio Network. Oh, never mind. New pitch. It is left-hander Chris Allen for the Rocky Mountain Vibes.
Allen, as we said, only one appearance on the year for the Vibes. It was a scoreless appearance. He allowed a hit and 2 strikeouts. He finished a game against Northern Colorado in a 15-1 decision. He had not so great numbers in Glacier, however, as although we said before he won opening night against the Vibes, he had an ERA of 8.04 and 9 appearances. A lot of appearances for Allen in Glacier. He was used quite a bit there, which might have to do with the results.
Yeah, perhaps maybe a little bit of overuse in that, but either way, it's a results-oriented business, and they were not getting the results, so he ends up on the Vibes roster as a result. Allen is pitching for the 3rd time this season against the Mustangs. Gave up 5 runs, though only 1 earned in 3 1/3 back on June 2nd in Billings. And then gave up 4 runs in an inning and 2/3 against the Mustangs on June 14th. That was the opening night at Flathead Field. Here's Cruz Taylor with runners at the corners and 2 down. The first pitch curveball is inside for ball 1. Taylor tonight 0 for 3. He's been hit by a pitch and bounced into a 3-6-3 double play. Allen in that game gave up a 3-run home run to Jalen Garcia. 1-0 is down the way with the slider at ball 2, and that capped off a 6 RBI night for Garcia. 2 balls and no strikes on Taylor. Looking for his first knock of the night. The lefty's set. Checks on Dennison at first. A pitch home, and Taylor off the handle of the bats. Lifts it foul. Now to play off to our left. Strike 1. Past 11 o'clock here in Colorado Springs. Thank you for tuning in on Rocky Mountain Vibes YouTube, as well as the Mustang Radio Network, ESPN 910 1055, KBLG Billings, Montana. Brennen Mense, Tyler Petersen, Jeremiah Anderson, our board op back in Billings, Montana. The 2-1 to Cruz Taylor is on the outside corner. Strike 2.
Is it only 11?
11:01.
All right.
So, no, it is not only 11. It's 11:01. We are past that point.
A little later than I thought. Okay. We did have a 1 hour and 47-minute delay before the start of this game, which is why we are only in the bottom of the top of the 8th.
Yes. Game pace has definitely slowed down last few innings as Mustangs have scored some runs, had a lot more base runners, had some pitching changes. 2-2 as the runner goes. Taylor a ground ball up the middle, and cutting it off on the right side of the infield is the shortstop Hansen, and he'll pirouette and fire to first in time to get Taylor, and that ends the inning. A couple of base runners for the Mustangs, but nothing doing in the 8th. We're through 7.5 on the Pepsi scoreboard. It is Billings 6, Rocky Mountain 2 on the Mustang Radio Network.
It's the bottom of the 8th inning. Foster Pace still in for the Mustangs. He'll face the heart of the order: Ethan Lopez, Mike Anone, Dominic Hernandez, 4, 5, and 6. The Vibes keep the Mustangs off the scoreboard for the first time in 4 innings. It's 6-2 Mustangs in the bottom of the 8th. Welcome back to UC Health Park. Tyler Petersen and Brennen Mense. Lopez has driven in 2 today. Both of the 2 runs. 1 for 3. Swing and a miss. Big swing on that off-speed pitch. It's 0-1. Miguel Pozo warming in the bullpen. He is looking for a soft landing spot after coming off the injured list. Almost got into last night's ball game. Pace to the plate, and that is, a called strike 2. Now that one I had is outside. Ground ball up the middle and a base hit. So Lopez is on with a leadoff single. That's the 3rd time the Vibes have the leadoff man on, but not since the third inning. Now Mike Annone, one of two lefties in the lineup today.
And that's something that I think is really interesting, the fact that so many teams in this league are very lefty heavy, and the Mustangs, their recent roster moves have become even more lefty heavy. But Rocky Mountain is the absolute opposite.
Man at first, nobody out here in the eighth. Annone takes a fastball for a called strike one on the outside. They're playing behind the runner at first, although I will say Wirtz is very much near the bag. Slight shift on the left-handed hitting Annone. Oh, and dancing off first was Ethan Lopez, and he got probably about 20 feet down before Pace finally stepped off the rubber.
Yeah, Brian Pereira yelled at him, step off, and Pace did and wheeled towards second, but no play was to be had.
The 0-1 to Annone, that's taken low for ball one. And Lopez can get a good jump. Down 4. How much of an advantage do you get with the man at second in this situation? You need a couple more base runners.
I mean, it keeps you out of a double play. There's that.
Certainly would help. Lopez with a big lead. There he goes. Annone out of play. I think Lopez would have had that one stolen.
Yeah, it's interesting here, and Jim Riggleman likes to do this, where with a multi-run lead late in the game, I mean, it's one thing to do this so with an 8 or 10-run lead, but here with a 4-run lead, Gabe Wirtz is not holding on Lopez in the traditional manner, and more of like he's kind of just in the neighborhood to keep him honest a little bit, but he's not right on the bag. He's still a few steps off the line, a little bit more range.
Pace kicks, fires, Annone, a line drive to left field, a base hit. Garcia's going to try to cut this off. He'll get there. Annone's going to try to take second. The throw to second is over the head of the second baseman, Hovey. That's going to be a double for Mike Annone. Second and third with nobody out here in the eighth.
Only a tough luck start for Foster Pace. Ahead of Lopez 0-2, ahead of Annone 1-2. Got moderately hit ground balls from both, but both find the outfield, and Garcia looked like he had a shot to get Annone, but the throw too tall for Hovey. And that would have by itself have been a big help. Now David Petersen is going to come out and have a chat at the mound with Foster Pace as the Mustangs are getting a man up and throwing in a hurry, as it looks like Al Pesto is getting loose for the Mustangs.
Well, I have to say, that was certainly right at the vacated shortstop position. It wasn't all that far away from Dennison, but good wood by Annone to hit it through that left side, and give credit to Garcia as well. He got to the ball, he rounded it well, he made a strong throw, maybe a little too strong though. Second and third, nobody out, and now the Vibes have to come through in this situation.
Yeah, I figure if you're Rocky Mountain, this is a situation where at the very minimum you have to get both of these runs home.
Yes.
If you're the Mustangs, on the other hand, I think you look at it, if you can get out of this with only one of those runs scoring, then that's not all too bad.
Honestly as well, I think if you told Jim Riggleman we go to the top of the ninth in a 6-4 ball game as well, he might take you up on that. Yeah. It's Hernandez with runners at second and third, no outs in the bottom of the eighth. Hernandez is 0 for 2 with a hit by pitch. Setting up low is Pereira, the first pitch from Pace, breaking ball right down the chute for strike one. It's the kind of pitch, if you're looking for it, you can do a lot of damage, but Hernandez wasn't looking for that.
Also helped that one was right on the inside corner, so it'd be tough to get extended on a pitch like that.
The 0-1 from Pace. Another breaking ball. This is hit to third. Charging is the third baseman on the backhand. The throw will not be made.
And another tough luck hit gets Foster Pace. A slow roll to third. Barth would have had a tough play, but he couldn't come up with it. And now it's an RBI single. However, Unknown does stay at second, so it's first and second. But still nobody out, and now the tying run comes to the plate, and Luis Navarro.
It was certainly a tough play, and Barth catching that on the backhand, you really get your body sort of tied up as well, and he couldn't quite bring the arms back up to get control of that ball. So Hernandez, an infield single. Navarro, who came in for Perez, gets his second at bat. Vibes down 3, 2 men on, nobody out. First pitch, Navarro takes at the top of the strike zone for strike 1. Single, double, single. Just the way you want to answer for the Vibes. A run in. Their first run since the third. Neither runner being held on. They can get a pretty good lead. Pace, a long wait. Now he kicks and fires, and that's strike 2 on the inside. Front doored him that time. It's 0-2.
Well, we saw Pace get ahead a couple hitters, 0-2, then 1-2 in this inning, then allow a hit. This time, can he finish off Navarro and get a much-needed first out of this 8th inning?
Navarro's got to protect now. A slight choke on the bat. Pace, a look to second. And now Navarro wants time. It froze a little too long there. Time does seem to slow down a little bit with Pace on the mound. He comes set once again. Both runners take their leads. Navarro waiting at the plate. Here's the pitch, the 0-2. That swung on, fouled off and fought off. Had to go down to get that one, but wanted to be sure it wasn't in the zone. This is a big at-bat in the inning, because if Navarro gets on, that would be 4 straight hits or 4 straight base runners. But if Pace can get Navarro, then you could get out of the inning on just one more pitch. Still 0-2. Pace to the plate. Navarro swings and misses. Tipped it into the glove of the catcher Pereira. The second strikeout to Pace, and a huge out number 1 for Billings.
And one thing of note, too, is going back to that chopper to third by Hernandez, Unknown did not advance from second. So you mentioned one pitch could potentially get Pace out of this inning, and it gives the Mustang infield more options to get outs as well, having that force play available at third base.
Now,
in case the ground ball goes to Barth.
Now Glenn. 1 out, first and second. Vibes down 3. The first pitch, Glenn swings and misses, gets a high fastball. 0-1. Looking for his first home run. Only 1 RBI since he joined this team. A big at-bat in the early pro career for Josh Glenn here in the bottom of the 8th. Unknown at second, Hernandez at first. Pitch to Glenn, that's a fastball, and that's a touch high for ball 1. 28 pitches for Foster Pace, 23 strikes.
Yeah, he has been around the strike zone. Maybe on those 2-strike hits begin the inning a little bit too much, but pounding the zone to say the least.
Pace set at the belt. He kicks, fires, breaking ball popped up toward the Vibes dugout. Pace right on the line. The first baseman, Wirtz, is going to make the catch as he falls down.
Case there where Wirtz almost overran that a little bit, and that can be tough coming in on a pop-up. Is, yes, it was hit high in the air, but not necessarily that high. Not the quote-unquote major league pop-up, if you will, that hangs in the air forever. So Wirtz, who was playing back at first, had a long ways to come in. And sometimes when you get an infielder that has to come a long ways on the pop, if you come in a little bit too far, it's a little bit precarious. But fortunately, Wirtz able to make the play. And now 2 outs. And Andrew Hansen
0 for 3 thus far in the game. 2 outs in the inning, 2 men on. The first pitch, Hansen takes a breaking ball for strike 1. Well, as an infielder, you want to call off your pitcher. Wirtz did. You want to make sure you make the play, though.
Honestly, the interesting thing is Pace may have had the best angle at that ball.
He might have. I think he actually did, because he was tracking that off the bat. He saw it the whole time. 0-1 to Hansen, the shortstop. Pitch to the plate, breaking ball, half swing. Does he go? No, says Doug Hodges at first. It's 1-1.
And the thing is, I could be wrong. I think Foster Pace actually has caught a pop-up this year. I know Gene Correa has, so that was the case where it's so low that no one else had a shot at it, but I believe Foster Pace has caught one.
1-1, 2 away in the bottom of the 8th. 6-3 Mustangs. Pitch from Pace. Hansen, a big cut and a miss at a high fastball. It's 1-2.
No, Foster Pace does not throw that hard. That one at 87. That might be the hottest reading we've seen from him tonight. He put it in a good spot up at the letters. Hansen could not lay off.
Now a 1-2 count. Runners moving at the crack of the bat. If there is a crack of the bat. Pace waits. Now he kicks and fires. It's swung on a miss, and again, a fastball above the hands, and again, a swing and a miss. Third strikeout for Pace. Second in the inning. It's just 1 run on 3 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We go to the 9th. Billings leads 6-3. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube and listening on the Mustangs Radio Network.
Top of the 9th inning, Mustangs doubling up the Rocky Mountain Vibe, 6-3 as we have a new pitcher, the 5th of the ball game for the Rocky Mountain Vibes. It is right-hander Miguel Pozo, who just came off the injured list a couple days ago, making his first appearance since returning. And here's Tyler with the numbers.
It's his 7th appearance overall, an ERA of 4.15. He got in his first 5 outings without allowing a single run. All in all, 8 2/3, 10 strikeouts. He finished off a 9-5 win over Idaho Falls to break a 12-game losing streak earlier this season. He comes at you with a fastball up to 96 and a sweeping breaking ball. He has got a lot of good stuff. He was placed on the IL, retroactive on June 20th, and it's his first appearance since then. This is a nice spot for him to get his first appearance.
Yeah, and definitely a low leverage, a no leverage situation. Trailing by 3 in the 9th. Nice to just get your feet back under yourself.
Well, he does, in a way, need to keep this team in the game.
Yes.
But as you said, it's not the situation he might have come into last night's game. In the
Very
9th.
true. Nearly a lot different. So in the inning, he'll see the middle of the Mustang order. It is 2-3-4. Jordan Hovey, Jalen Garcia, and Bryce Jackson. Hovey 0 for 4 with the strikeout this evening. And now, after we had a meeting at the mound before the inning even began, we're going to have another meeting at the mound. What is the deal here?
Well, the deal here, I think, is Pozo meeting his never playing with either Glenn nor Navarro.
That's true.
And right now you've got Navarro translating from Glenn to Pozo, then from Pozo back to Glenn. So everyone just needs to get on the same page here as far as what the signs are. And for any meetings that involve getting the signs right, this will not count as a mound visit.
That's true. I think the signs are universal. 1, fastball. 2, curve. 3, whatever else you have.
Generally, yes, I'd have to imagine.
So now we'll try this again as Hovey digs in, looking for his first hit of the night. Be his second one of the series if he gets it. Pozo, long look in. Right-hander comes set. And the pitch. Fastball inside at 91 miles an hour. Ball one. Pozo can bring it up there. And Tyler, I believe you said he's been clocked as high as 96 this year?
Yes, and for that clock out there, it's 2 miles an hour short.
That's true. 1-0. Fastball popped up. Back at second base in a shallow center field. Hansen going out, 2 outfielders converging. It is the left fielder sliding and falling down but making the play. Dominique Hernandez. Well, not sure what Hernandez was doing coming all the way over into center field to make that play, but he makes it. 1 down.
He was, honestly, I think he was the only one who was going to get there. I don't think Lopez was going to have that at all. He did slow down, but Hernandez, well, he stayed with it.
Yeah. I think if Lopez stays on his horse, he gets there, but Hernandez got there. That's all that matters. Now Jalen Garcia, who's 3 for 4 tonight, including a blast over the wall in right center his last time in. For his 7th home run of the season, the first of the series for the Mustangs. And he takes a first pitch slider on the outside corner, strike one. It's understandable, doesn't get a first pitch fastball there. The pitch, swing and a foul off, and Garcia is down 0-2.
Pozo's got electric stuff. He was not used very often when it was the full Monclova roster. This is his first appearance active on the new roster.
0-2 pitch, another slider by Pozo, and it misses just off the plate. The count 1-2. A good take by Jalen Garcia there.
You may see Pozo now bury a breaking ball in the dirt.
Yeah, it was kind of the same idea there, but yeah, maybe goes a step further here. 1-2. Instead, he just drops one right over the inner half of the plate, and Garcia was not looking for it. That's a backwards K, and Pozo 2 up, 2 down to begin the 9th.
And I wonder what the shake of the head exactly is for, whether that wasn't a strike or I don't have a shot at that.
I don't think there is any doubt on the striker ball. Maybe so.
He might have a gripe.
Yeah. No, Garcia, let's just say after seeing the video for the first time today, he got shafted pretty badly on a strike call yesterday. I can understand him saying, gee, another one? That one not nearly as bad as the one yesterday, though. Not even nearly. Bryce Jackson takes one across the knees at 96 for strike one. 0-1 on Jackson, who he's trying to avoid a sombrero. 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts in the game. 0-1. Swing and a high chopper towards second. Lopez dropped it after he got not a great hop, but still has time to recover and get Jackson. And Miguel Pozo, so far so good. He goes 3 up, 3 down in his first outing off the injured list. We head to the bottom of the 9th inning. Al Pesto coming in to try to shut it down. 6-3 Mustangs with 3 outs to go. This is Mustangs Baseball on YouTube and the Mustang Radio Network.
Bottom of the ninth, a 6-3 lead for the Mustangs. It'll be the top of the order for Rocky Mountain. Gio Diaz, Cesar Lopez, and Ulysses Cantu to face the new pitcher on for the save to get his second of the series. It's one of my favorite condiments, al pesto.
Interesting saying that from the West Coast, since that seems to be more of an Eastern thing.
Is that right?
I would think so, like more of an Italian. I see more Italian on these.
Well,
oh, I guess
I'll
San
tell you,
Francisco is
San
a big
Francisco,
Italian town as well.
Big
Anyways,
Italian community.
I digress. Al Pesto on for his 13th appearance, 1-1 with a 5.23 ERA and the one save, which came just a couple nights ago. 10 in the third innings, 10 hits, 6 runs, all earned, 3 walks, and 13 strikeouts for Pesto. Opponents hitting 263 off of him. Pesto has had some rough goes in late innings, but has seemed to have tidied things up a little bit in that department. As indeed, Pesto has not allowed a run in any of his last 3 outings.
Vibes need 3 to go to the knockout round, 4 to go home. If you're going to start somewhere, then you might as well start with the top of the order and Gio Diaz, who is 3 for 4.
Well, he's been keeping pace with Jalen Garcia, hit for hit, out for out all night, so tell you out right here, right?
First pitch, a curveball for strike 1. That is if both of them are going to keep their batting averages at what I might guess to be about 417 by the end of the game.
Yeah, the 420 right now for Diaz.
The 0-1 pitch from Pesto. He swings, hits this to left. It's back, and Piotnik is going to reach up, and with his left hand outstretched, he makes the first out with that catch.
Well, Diaz got the fans out of their seats there with a hard hit line drive, but a little bit too much topspin, and Piotnik able to make the play. Looked like it carried a little bit on him.
I think that was
recover.
One of those sort of hit right at Piotnik and maybe didn't read it right off the bat. Lopez now with 1 out. Cesar Lopez, the first pitch from Pesto. Fastball catching the outside corner for strike 1 at 89. 6-3 Mustangs lead, 1 out in the bottom of the ninth. Lopez swings, hits this to center. Garcia turning around, now over his other shoulder. He gets back, and he makes the catch.
Well, that's not one for the instructional tape on how to chase a fly ball, as Garcia seemingly struggling to decide whether he needed to go to his right or to his left on that, and turned over both shoulders, but fortunately it was not hit that deep or that far away from him that it mattered.
So 2, let's call them uncomfortable fly balls for the first 2 outs.
But we can call them quick outs.
They are quick outs. 4 pitches, 2 outs. Here's Cantu, who swings and fouls it back. Pesto, his first save 2 nights ago in a 4-3 Mustangs win when the Vibes had the tying run at third base with 2 outs in the ninth. Base is empty, 2 outs, Vibes down 3. Cantu takes in the dirt, 1-1. Vibes need base runners right now. The tying run, as it stands, is Mike Anone, who is still in the dugout. The 1-1 from Pesto, that's strike 2. Fastball, or maybe off speed there at 82.
Yeah, like a slider perfectly thrown on the outside corner by Pesto, and now the Mustangs 1 strike away from taking 3 of 4 to begin the series.
Cantu needs to protect the pitch. Breaking ball swung on and missed. The ball game is over. This game is over at 11:29. We were supposed to start at 6:30. We were delayed. All in all, almost 5 hours of baseball here at UC Health Park. The Mustangs win by the score of 6-3. Stick around for our post-game show. Myself and Brennen Mense will have totals from tonight, a look around the league, and much more. Again, the final score, 6-3. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube and listening on the Mustangs Radio Network.
We welcome you into the Yellowstone Fitness Postgame Show, brought to you by the official fitness facility, the Billings Mustangs, Yellowstone Fitness, offering the latest high-tech equipment, a wide variety of group classes, and the most well-trained, experienced personal trainers. Yellowstone Fitness is the best value in Billings, so train where the Mustangs train. Yellowstone Fitness. Mustangs defeat the Rocky Mountain Vibes by a final score of 6-3. Mustangs now have won 5 of 6 overall and 3 of 4 to begin this series. As, here is Tyler with kind of a rundown of how we got to this 6-3 win.
Well, it was a run in the very first inning for Rocky Mountain. Ethan Lopez on a fielder's choice brought in Gio Diaz. They added another run off the bat of Lopez, a triple in the third. It was 2-0 Vibes. Brock Noten was mowing right along all the way until the fifth. He allowed a run on who else? Mason Dennison grabbed into a fielder's choice and brought in a man. And then in the sixth, Noten's farthest into a game he's been since back on the 8th of June with Glacier. He started off the inning well, got the first 2 outs, and then a 2-out walk to Gabe Wirtz sparked it all. Brian Pereira, a double to bring in Wirtz, another walk. He was then replaced by Armando Valle, who walked Piotnik, and then again, who else? Mason Dennison, a 3-run bases-clearing triple off Valle. It was 4 earned runs on the night for Knudsen. He takes the loss, his second. Meanwhile, Gene Correa now working with a 5-2 lead. He finished up 6 complete with the win. He goes 6 innings, allows 4 hits, 2 runs. Both were earned. 2 walks, 4 strikeouts, 3 hit by pitches. They added a run in the 7th to the Mustangs on Jalen Garcia's 7th home run of the year. Vibes had a shot in the bottom of the 8th. They had second and third, nobody out. They were only able to get 1 run in of those 2 runners. They got one back, a 6-3 score. Pesto came on in the 9th. 1, 2, 3, fly-out strikeout. And that's how the game would end.
Indeed, as the Mustangs, they have had some trouble closing out close games, but after a little bit of a hiccup in the 8th, Foster Pace doing an excellent job at finishing that out. Your final totals for this one for the victorious Billings Mustangs, who improved to 18-14 with the win. 6 runs on 9 hits. They commit no errors, leave 7 left on base. For the Rocky Mountain Vibes, who with the loss fall to 9-23. 3 runs on 8 hits, no errors, 9 left on base. Gene Correa, the winner, now 4-0 in the season. Brock Noten takes the loss. 0-1 in the Vibes uniform, 1-2 overall. Al Pesto with his second save this season. This game took place in 3 hours and 12 minutes here on a 62-degree evening once the skies finally cleared in Colorado Springs. You got an attendance figure, Tyler?
Not yet. I'm sure that is still being tallied. It was a bit of an interesting night. Everyone got here around 6 o'clock. We learned we weren't going to have first pitch. It kept getting pushed back. Ultimately, first pitch at 8:17. We enjoyed Captain America on the big screen.
We did.
Folks,
almost the entire movie.
About an hour and 30 minutes of Captain America until we finally had first pitch. But a nice night at the yard. Unfortunately, on my side of things, a negative result for Rocky Mountain. 3 hours and 12 minutes a total time. That is the longest we've had in this series, and that still seems fairly short.
Not too bad if that's your longest game of a 4-game stretch. So that's it for the totals. We'll step aside. We'll take a timeout. We'll be back in 2 minutes to wrap things up here on the Yellowstone Fitness Postgame Show. We welcome you back one final time of the Yellowstone Fitness Post-Game Show. Brennen, Mense, Tyler Petersen with you. We'll take one last look around the Pioneer League and a Budweiser Around the Horn, brought to you by Budweiser, the official, not the official, but a proud longtime sponsor of Major League Baseball. Tyler, take it away.
Well, one game which got rained out. Thankfully, it was not here at UC Health Park. It was in Idaho Falls, where it was raining cats, dogs, horses, frogs, and every other plague you can think of. Ogden and Idaho Falls did not play tonight. Meanwhile, in Grand Junction, a fight for first place. NOCO and the Rockies went at it, and the Owls finally beat Grand Junction, a 10-8 final. The Owls, who had been slumping terribly since and during the managerial change, they get a win. They're now 13-8. Rockies are 18-16, and temporarily a half game back of Ogden now in a very tight South. Meanwhile, in a North where things are pretty much the opposite, Missoula was down 2-1 in the top of the ninth. They come back. They beat the Hawks in Boise, a Cameron Thompson single and a Jason Newman double, a 3-2 win. Newman, after doubling in the go-ahead run, gets the save in the ninth, his 5th of the year. So Missoula has won now 10 of their last 11. Glacier and Great Falls, the last game of the night. Great Falls came into today 2.5 behind Missoula. They will keep pace with Missoula. Glacier, who are falling the other direction, go to 12-20. For Great Falls, it was 7 runs in the first 3 innings. They got out to a 7-0 lead. Glacier fought back, 2 runs in the 5th, 1 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, 1 in the 9th. It wouldn't be enough. Great Falls wins 10-7. The win for Quincy Jones, he's now 2-2. Not the music producer, that is. And that is your Pioneer League scoreboard.
Thank you very much, Tyler. And we certainly thank you very much for your work and genesis in bringing the simulcast to life this evening. It was certainly a lot of fun. Nice to shake things up over the course of a 96-game season. Tomorrow, at least for now, we'll see. Maybe we'll wake up tomorrow and say, hey, let's do this again. Maybe not. As of now, we're planning on returning to our respective broadcasts. Tyler with the Vibes on YouTube and me with the Mustangs on the Mustang Radio Network. But nonetheless, we do thank you for tuning in, however you chose to tune in for this evening. Thank you very much to all of Tyler's great staff. If you want to shout them out all around here.
I will one last time. It's Brendan Vesey back in our La Crosse, Wisconsin studios. It's our cameramen, Hayden Everhart and Enda Mandian. I'd like to shout out Sabrina Thomas, who is also part of this presentation as a whole with our group Visua and Verge putting on the in-house production, some of which you saw during the between innings. But I want to thank you as well, Brennan, for you said yourself you sort of had an idea for this
I had an idea,
well.
But yes, you were the one that actually said it and put it into motion. And also, for that matter, on my end, thank you very much to Jeremiah Anderson. You had a long day at work, buddy, but don't worry. You can go home in just a few moments. Sticking it out in our studios at Desert Mountain Broadcasting, ESPN 910, 105.5 FM in Billings, Montana. At 11:41 p.m. in Colorado Springs. Good night, everybody.